Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice. I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it.
What's going on, everybody? Oh, there we go. There's always very, very last-minute technical. I don't know why.
Well, there's things that we can't control until
we're live.
We're live, yeah. So
there's no rehearsal for this. Even though I've written everyone's scripts and I've passed them around and they've learned their lines for the next 4 hours. There's no rehearsals. Going cold, baby. Hey, my name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Welcome, welcome. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs.
Mary Santora's out. Poundcake's back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people.
And here we all are, together again. If you'd like to join us on the phone or otherwise, we'd love to have you in whatever capacity you feel comfortable. 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007 is how you call. You can text me, 35192. AlanCoxShow.com is where you're going to find the live stream on the last day of January today. You know what that makes tomorrow, Poundcake?
I got to pay rent. And also the first day of Black History Month.
It's the first of the month. Get up, get up. Yeah.
I feel like I shouldn't have to pay rent in February. First off, it's Black History Month.
Yeah, but you get an extra. But there's an extra day this year. You should pay more rent.
I should prorate my rent for the days that I'm missing.
No, they should add a day's rent. They should prorate. You're lucky they don't prorate for a leap year.
What is the black discount?
There is no black discount.
Making us charging.
Have you
us
talked to black people?
Month.
They're not really getting a discount.
I should get half off.
Half off.
Because I'm half black.
Uh-huh.
Get it?
Yeah, I get that. I get it.
Did you know?
Now, will you complain less that you get an extra day in Black History Month this year?
I complain every year that, of course, our month is the shortest month out of the year.
Right, even with an extra day, it's still the shortest month out of the year.
Yeah, I just find that
So
funny.
your point is still valid. How will you celebrate? Because I know you've taken quite a bit of umbrage, and I think rightfully so. You know, we've talked about Pride Month when all these brands they slap rainbow flags and everything.
Start doing these guys like corporations do gays after
July 1, there's nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with Black History Month. After those 28 days are over, traditionally.
The gays get far more than black people get during Black History Month. Let's just be real. Like, They get parades.
Well, I'm just asking as someone who has a foothold in both communities, I'm wondering which one is more egregious. If it's the celebrating Black History Month, because it can get really ridiculous on both Pride Month and Black History Month. It can get really ridiculous with the branding and things like that.
Well, again, I don't think there's that much branding involved with Black History Month. There might be somewhere they'll say, you know, they'll post a Black Lives Matter thing, or Google will change it to...
No, Netflix will have the Tyler Perry collection, and, you know, right up there on the main banner.
But
all the streaming services will have their collection for Black History Month. And a lot of it's actually very useful.
Sure,
I mean,
but that's
media-wise. I think the documentaries are actually fascinating.
Yeah, that's media-wise what we get, but we don't get parades. Like, there's not a Jamaican Pride Festival or, a Swahili Pride Festival. Or
There's Puerto Rican Day Parade.
But so where's ours? There's so many countries in Africa that we could celebrate, suburb of Cleveland has the most, Nigerians or the most,
Yeah, with 2.
Yeah, like we don't.
You can't have a parade with 2 people. I don't know. Find out and spearhead that situation. Spearhead that.
I'll work on it.
Mm-hmm.
But
I think this is something you could really ingratiate yourself with a variety of communities. You know, you said that you wished your family was from Zimbabwe.
I got cousins in the Congo. I got,
right.
What?
Nothing. Cousins in the Congo is one of my the first Sir Mix-a-Lot songs I ever heard. It was I think that predated Baby Got Back. It was Cousins in the Congo, and then it was on Return of the Bumpasaurus, and then Baby Got Back. Well, look into that.
People from Senegal.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
And what are they called?
Senegans.
Senegans.
Don't forget the Senegal.
Senegalese, I think, is the word you're looking for. Yeah.
Chadians.
Huh?
What do you call people from Chad?
I don't know.
Chadwicks?
I don't know what you call them. Yeah, Bozeman's. I don't know what you call them.
Sudanese.
Sudanese, yes,
Sudanese?
that's right. Yep. Yeah, I used to live around the corner. Many 30 years ago, plus years ago, I lived around the corner from a Senegalese restaurant. It was delicious. It was so good. And now if I'd gone in there and said, called them Senegese or whatever you called them, that probably wouldn't have ingratiated me to them. Alan, let Bill know that True Lies is now streaming on Peacock. There you go.
It's
True
been
Lies,
on there.
Has it?
It's been on there, but is it finally like an actual HD version, or is
you
it,
want it in 4K?
Yeah, well, I want like a good version, because the one that they had was just like a rip of a Laserdisc copy.
And they
So it
put
was
that
like-
on Peacock?
And it was like letterbox. Yeah, it was weird.
Wow. All right. Well, this person wanted you to know, so I guess they heard us talking about it. And I was watching a commercial this morning for a brand new cruise ship that is going out. It's called the Icon of the Seas, and it's the world's largest cruise ship. Have you seen this? Have you seen any of the coverage on it?
I did see this, though, because we were, my mom, my brother, before my brother's accident and, like, my mom's accident, like, we were going to go on a huge cruise. And so we kind of put that on the back burner.
I've been on a couple of cruises, I think 3 total. They were all junkets, and that's fine. I don't ever need to go on another cruise as long as I live. It's fine.
There is a direct flight to Montego Bay from Cleveland now, or starting soon. So
Yeah, but they just put out that travel notice. People are going to the Bahamas and Jamaica. Be careful because,
whatever.
there's
Send us
tons
down
of
there.
crime everywhere. But there always is.
do
Yeah, they always do
I don't
that.
know.
They're just covering their ass
Just
in
send us
case
for
something
free
happens.
again. That's all.
No, but I don't know what precipitates them putting out a specific notice to people that the Bahamas and Jamaica can be pretty sketchy.
That's once you step off the resort, I feel like, because that's
But
what
even
they told
there's a
us.
lot of places you can walk around and you're fine. You just it's like any other place, like freaking downtown Cleveland. Just keep your head on a swivel.
When we
Just
were-
know what's going on around you and you'll be fine.
When we were in Mexico, I remember, like, we wanted to walk the beach at night, and I was walking, and the guy, they have, like, people guarding the resort. He didn't have guns or anything that I saw. It could be a small little pistol or something. It must have been in his pocket. But, like, I remember I walked out, and he popped his head around so fast. He said, "Where are you going?" I'm like, "We're just going to walk the beach at night." He's like, oh, okay. He said, just be careful. I'm like, yeah, I know. There's probably, like, a bunch of crabs and stuff on there, huh? And he's like,
That's what he was worried about was crabs. That's why he's got a gun.
We were on I didn't see a gun. I didn't know if he had a gun, but we were, it was weird because we were on an island. Like, Isla Mujeres is not like, Cancun at night. Like, you have to physically get a ferry and go to the island. Like, so any criminals that are on the island, they're either stuck on the island or there ain't none on there. So I was like, it's cool. Like, it takes a lot to kidnap somebody, take them on a boat and go all the way across,
And you weren't walking the beach at night. You weren't worried that you were going to get hit by a semi-truck?
There weren't that many cars on the island.
Well, anyway, I was watching a little blurb this morning on the Icon of the Seas, which is the world's largest cruise ship. It's got the world's largest it's the largest at-sea swimming pool. They have the ultimate family townhouse, which is $100,000 a week. What? And they have set out on their first voyage. And I'm very stupid in a lot of ways. And one of those ways is nautical engineering. This might surprise you to know I'm not well versed in nautical engineering. And I was watching this thing. I'm like, how do they not capsize these? Because the cruise ships get taller and taller and taller.
And wider.
It costs them well, the wider, I understand. The wider it gets,
Yeah,
the less likely it's going to tip.
The taller it gets, you need to go wider.
Yes, but they don't look much wider. I'm sure they are. I'm sure the people who put these together, know what they're doing. But it sails out of Miami. Its maiden voyage was a couple of nights ago. A sold out 7-night Caribbean cruise. It cost $2 billion. It's 1,200 feet long. It's 250,000 tons.
But what I don't understand is if someone could
7,600 guests, 2,300 crew members, 7 swimming pools, 20 decks, a water park, an infinity pool, an ice arena, an onboard dog.
You know what I always want to do when I'm in the Bahamas on a cruise? I'll go ice skating.
Hockey. An onboard dog named Rover. They call him the chief dog officer. More than 40 restaurants, bars, and lounges. And I'm just looking at the thing, and people are excited, and it's just packed to the gills with people. And I'm like, how does it not tip over? When it gets that tall, and how does it not?
What I'm curious about is
it would terrify me to be on that boat.
How do they keep it fully stocked? Like, if you're rich enough to afford a $100,000 a week suite, why would you not get a private yacht of your own? You don't have to sail with a bunch of plebes. Like, I don't want to be on the boat with you.
Well, because a private yacht is not going to have all that stuff I just rattled off.
But
I mean, they're making it so you never have to spend one iota with your thoughts. Like, hey, this is what you pay for, whether you're with your family or not. My wife, when she was young, Gwen used to go, her dad was like a big financial guy, and so his company used to take all the employees on annual cruises, and so she and her brother, when they were little, would go, and she would tell me these stories about, like, my dad would go to the casino, my mom would be hanging out with, the other wives or whatever, and my brother and I wouldn't see them till dinner. We'd just be running around the boat and doing kid stuff, and I'm like, oh my God, I don't think I would ever... I mean, there's nowhere to go, but it just, your kids are gone all day long because the parents are like, go do something in another part of the boat so we can drink or whatever. Obviously, that was the furthest thing from my experience growing up, but it's interesting. But these giant, giant boats, because it's not like they're not going to try to make one bigger. And it's Royal Caribbean is the
once
the
we're all just
company.
going to live, like, this is how it happens.
But
we all live at sea?
Well, no, it starts with us living at sea, and then it's Wall-E. We're all living on space stations that are just giant cruises.
Do you want to be the
basically.
first?
Yeah, I don't remember the premise of Wall-E. I just remember the
The
robot.
Earth was done.
Okay.
It was not inhabitable by humans anymore.
Everybody was big and fat. I remember
Yeah, they're
that.
big and
Yeah.
fat, and they lived a very comfortable life on basically a space cruise.
I see.
Haven't we seen this movie before, though? Like, everyone's excited to go on the biggest, newest ship that ever did sail the seas.
Yeah, but we've done it so many times since the Titanic.
I don't wanna
very
be the-
successful.
I don't want to be the first to go on anything. I don't care if it's a new plane, new car, new boat. I'm good with being second or third when it comes to this. I'm good with sloppy seconds. You guys can go.
Mm-hmm.
Enjoy.
I'm going to break here. I'll have another $1,000 for you on the way at 2:30. It's a keyword that could get you a grand courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Every September, the biggest superstars from all genres of music converge on Las Vegas to play a festival that is like no other on the planet.
The iHeartRadio Music Festival.
16 artists over 2 epic nights on one stage.
This is where I can't believe it actually happens.
And these artists have all been part of it.
Taylor Swift.
Kenny Chesney.
Billie Eilish.
Jay-Z.
Jennifer Lopez.
Coldplay.
Carrie Underwood.
Foo Fighters.
Megan Thee Stallion.
Luke Combs. Elton John.
Green Day.
Justin Timberlake.
Rihanna.
U2.
Tim McGraw.
Mariah Carey.
Paul McCartney. Drake.
They've all been there.
Now, make this the year you go to.
Capital One cardholders get first access to tickets. Available right now through 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific tomorrow, or while supplies last.
Go to iHeartRadio.com/festival to buy yours before this year's lineup is announced.
And we'll see you in Las Vegas for our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're starting to speak another language. Like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right. And they're designed by real language teachers, so you learn how to have real-world conversations, things you'll actually use.
It's incredible. After using Babbel, I'm ready to start having real conversations in French.
There's all kinds of ways to learn. Use Babbel's podcasts or games or videos. You can even join live classes with a language teacher.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
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 Babbel. Évidemment.
Babbel. Language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's BABBEL.com. Start learning a language today at Babbel.com.
This is Monster Jam. Witness big air, two-wheel skills, backflips, and all-out racing. It's the only place to see the world's best riders tear up the dirt in your favorite Monster Jam trucks, like Gravedigger, El Toro Loco, Megalodon, and more. It's big-time fun for the whole family. Monster Jam, as big as it gets. Coming to Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, February 16th through the 18th. Brought to you by BKT Tires and Great Clips.
From National Geographic.
Hopefully, he'll even sit down with us. Listen to Finding Matt Drudge on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Voice call received.
Put this on the air, dumbass. You think you know it all? You're just nothing but a piece of shit. Talk about dumb shit that you don't have a clue about.
Another satisfied customer of the Alan Cox Show.
I hate it. This show sucks.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Two 216-578-1007 if you want to join us live. 800-348-1007. Rob Reiner going to be back on the show in a couple of weeks. I talked to him back around Thanksgiving. It was around the time of the Kennedy assassination because he had done kind of an in-depth podcast on the Kennedy assassination, he and Soledad O'Brien. So we talked to them back in November, and he's got a new project wants to come on and talk about. So I was like catching up with him, so that'll be in the next couple of weeks. If you want to send a text in here, 35192 to do that. If you listen on iHeartRadio, you can do it from anywhere throughout North America. Tell me where you do it so that I know where you are, and I can put you on our map. I always like to hear from people. Some people are kind enough to keep me in the loop when they're relocating. Chad is in Erie, Pennsylvania. Amanda's up in Goldsboro, North Carolina. I guess that would be down in North Carolina. I had Tim in Metz, France. I wonder if he's still there. He was an early bureau chief. Would watch the live stream. What, is that you?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just trying to see if this syncs up.
Yeah, okay.
Can you...
We will return to our regularly scheduled program momentarily. Please stay tuned.
There I am.
All right. Okay, let's see how that goes.
Let's see how that goes.
We expect to resume normal broadcasting shortly.
Yeah. Your Cleveland Cavaliers are at home again tonight. They're going to play the Detroit Pistons, and boy, I can't wait to see what happens. Pistons have gotten themselves all the way up to 6 wins this season. They are 6-40. They are a truly terrible team. But again, I have a lot of love for Detroit. So we'll see what happens tonight. 7 o'clock is the tip-off at the Romo Fijo. Your pregame coverage gets going as soon as we roll out at 6:30 tonight. And starting tomorrow, you'll have a brand new promo code to use if you want to get yourself some appropriate gear at CLE Clothing Company. All through the month of February, you'll be able to use the promo code Pierogi. It is Cleveland Pierogi Week this week, so that will encompass the first couple of days of February. But pierogi is the word you're going to want to use. No matter how many times you want to use it in February, you'll get 20% off by doing that. There's a great, if you were to leave Cleveland and go due north, you went across the lake, you went into Canada, just hard, straight due north, you'd eventually hit the town of Timmins, Ontario. It's about a 7-hour car ride from Toronto. And the photo of one of their restaurants went viral because of the typo on the sign. This is a Pizza Hut location in Timmins, Ontario. Like I said, from here, it's way up there. And they typed up and printed out a sign that they were going to be closed. And they put it on the door. The dining room would be closed this evening. Sorry for the inconvenience. Open for takeout and delivery only. Now, I didn't even realize that Pizza Hut still had dining rooms. Maybe that's still a Canadian thing. I think by and large, Pizza Huts have really scaled down here in the States. Where it used to be, when we were kids, you'd go into a Pizza Hut and you'd sit down, maybe,
Oh, dude.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I turned it off because I was listening to the live stream. Sorry. But Pizza Hut was the best. Going in for like the buffet when you were a kid, or just like getting the pop, like the Pepsi in those glasses, those red glasses.
Red plastic tumblers.
Oh, it was the best.
Anyway, the reason that this picture went viral is because the very top line about the dining room being closed says, due to unforeseen circumcisions, the dining room will be closed. Yeah. instead of circumstances. Now, usually inconvenience is the word that people will misspell on these kinds of signs. They nailed inconvenience, tripped up from the jump due to unforeseen circumcisions. Now, maybe we're assuming that's a typo. Everybody's laughing. Ha, ha, ha. These dummies. But what if it's not a typo? They've heard nothing from the people inside this Timmins, Ontario Pizza Hut location. Maybe there were unforeseen circumcisions. That's Poundcake's favorite kind of restaurant.
Yep.
He doesn't care if they're unforeseen as not, as long as they're being done. That's all he's concerned with. So maybe they have a moil on premises. I don't know. But the person who posted the photo got about 60,000 retweets on it due to unforeseen circumcisions up there in Timmins, Ontario.
I think that autocorrect be screwing people over.
See, I don't understand that. How are all of these things that are designed to make people look smart,
because
whether it's Grammarly or whether it's autocorrect, how are people still screwing things up?
Because it's fast, and if you're not, I'm not gonna say if you're not paying attention, because you're typing a text, you should be paying attention. But sometimes it changes it. Like if your phone lags just the slightest bit, you're on to the next word, and it will change it, and you won't realize it. And a lot of people, I don't think people proofread their text messages unless they're like sending it to someone really important. But I send stuff all the time where I'm like, I didn't mean to say that. Like, that's a different word. That's a different noun. That's a different everything. I'm like, ugh. And people are thinking like,
I guess I think of it more, you're talking about texting, but I'm thinking of it more in terms of like people writing papers or writing signs.
Yeah, that I don't understand, because you should
writing a sign, I feel like you got to go, let's make sure all the words are right. But you know what? If you want to get people back into that Pizza Hut, you go viral by using a sign that says closed because of unforeseen circumcisions. And then all of a sudden people are like, I didn't even know that Pizza Hut still had a dining room.
Well,
we should go back there.
These guys are smart because they leaned into it. After the photo went viral, they posted another sign that said, in light of recent circumstances, all in caps, we're giving you $5 meat lovers, medium Canadian, whatever the hell that is. Yeah. And it says, no tip required.
Hey.
I just want to get right to it.
You
That's
poke
all.
fun at yourself, and then everybody loves you. But they did blame autocorrect. Speaking of texting, though, I'm always trying to stay at the forefront of how people are using technology. And it came to my attention that it makes you look old. Now, I have 2 older kids, and I text them all the time. And I have evolved my texting to where long time ago when I started texting, I was very precise with my texting. Remember, Erica used to give me a hard time because I have very succinct responses, right?
Like, okay.
Okay, right. Well, listen, all people need is an acknowledgement sometimes. But it's also come to my attention that it makes you look old if you, in your texts, use any capital letters, any uppercase letters, and any punctuation. So when I've started recently texting my kids, I do it in all lowercase. Now, they probably don't care, and they probably don't even notice. But again, just for me, I like to stay I like to stay where the level is when it comes to modern communications.
That's typing like an influencer. For whatever reason, people like to stylize the way they write. I think it started with like Ariana Grande, but she writes everything in lowercase. So whenever one of these Instagram influencers are on Instagram posting a picture, underneath it just say flawless, and it's just flawless in not even really like cursive, but just like a weird font, and then it's all lowercase. So I'm like, oh, so it's just stylistic. That's a stylistic approach.
Well, that sounds but you're talking about different fonts.
No, I'm saying, but they're still lowercase. Like sometimes it'll just be, a smaller font, but it still be lowercase. And I don't even know how to. Again, I don't care enough to change my font on Instagram. I don't even know how to do that. I don't know how those people do that.
You cut and paste. It's usually how it gets done.
Okay.
Or copy and paste, rather. But, yeah, I mean, it's, and I don't know if it's any easier, but I, little by little, like I pulled out my punctuation a while ago, and now I'm doing lowercase. And, again,
I don't think
anybody mentions it.
I use punctuation and stuff in my texts for the most part, but, sometimes it messes up, and I don't worry about it.
I did drop the question mark. That is the easiest one to drop because people know if you're texting them a question. So I'll take some people's advice I've taken, other people's I haven't. But the dropping of the question mark Somebody knows if that's an interrogative that you're texting them. You don't necessarily need that punctuation. I do it just because I'm a nerd, but I little by little, I'm evolving. So I've dropped my, and it's nothing that anybody's pointed out to me directly. It's just things that I'm learning by osmosis. And so, because I have to keep a leg on either side because I have my daughter will be 8 in a week or so. So I have an 8-year-old, and then I have a 19-year-old and a 23-year-old. So I really got to kind of keep my head in the slipstream, as it were.
I told you on Instagram, but that picture you posted of you at 21, your son is your twin. He looks just like you.
Oh, the 21-year-old me?
Dude, that bums me out.
I didn't notice
that trend, because I realized I have 0 pictures of me from age 18 to 22.
I really don't either.
I don't have any.
Because back then we had to have a camera, and we weren't walking around with cameras, you know what I mean?
You had to have a camera, but I had a few pictures at some point, but I have no idea where they are. They're long gone. I don't think I have them digitized anywhere. So there's the entire year of my 21-year-old year. I don't think there's a single picture of me that exists. That's crazy.
I wonder why that is.
Well, because I was in the Philippines and I wasn't taking a lot of pictures there. And then
were you not allowed to? I would think
no,
for
you're
anybody
allowed to, but it was.
But you're in another country. I think you would want to document a lot of that.
But I did take a lot of pictures, but then I didn't get the film developed, or what I did develop, I don't know where any of it is because it's 20 years ago now. So it's in a box probably somewhere.
In your parents' basement, maybe?
Probably in their storage unit. They got a storage unit that's got a bunch of stuff in it. But I don't know where any of it is.
Do they have a bin that's just labeled excommunicado, and it's got all of your vestments and things?
It's under cement like
John Wick. Let's hope there's no emergency and they have to break that out. This is what
I have to break it out for. I have to break through the cement. I gotta share my story.
Mom, Dad, where's that? Remember when I got kicked out of the Mormons?
Yeah.
Where's my thing? It's in the.
Oh, they remember. Well, and that's also part of it is, it's not like those are memories they cherish now, so they don't care about. They don't want to see any of that stuff because it depresses them for a different reason.
Let me give you this money. It is $1,000 as promised. About 30 past every hour, you get a crack at $1,000. Just had a winner from Parma the other day during the show. So I hope you're the next one. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Grand. That's grand. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Any chance, out of sheer curiosity, your mom will watch the new Hulu reality series, The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives?
I highly doubt it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Should get her hip to that. That might be something she'd quietly be interested in. I can't imagine your mom goes for too much that's salacious, but this probably isn't going to be that. Oh, I'm sorry. Mormon women who are swingers. I should have read further down. I thought it was just going to be a straight ahead. I guess that's where the secret part comes in.
Yeah.
The secret lives of Mormon wives.
Listen, she might watch it. I'm not going to be hey, Mom, you going to watch the Swingers Mormon show?
Swingers, yeah.
She'd be like, I don't want to be featured on it. I mean, what?
Boy, religion's great.
It's so...
You can just make it whatever you want. Yeah, we're Mormons, but we're wives. We're also swingers.
Yeah. Yeah, we believe all this stuff, but we're going to completely contradict it.
Yeah.
It's so annoying.
When I'm not tithing, I'm lying on a greased up mattress.
I have people, one of my jokes about Mormon baptism is getting a lot of attention right now, and all these Mormons are chiming in, and they're like, well, can you not talk about Catholics? How come they baptize babies? I'm like, well, that's a different joke. Go watch it here. But
they're all silly.
They're all silly, and they're just... So the somersaults they're doing to try and justify what they do, all the dogmatic rituals, is just mind numbing.
Well, that's the difficulty in taking something that's thousands of years old and pretending it's relevant in the 21st century. You've got to bend and fold and, Hulu's already got a show called Mormon No More, which was the journey of a married Mormon mom who discovers that she's gay and in love with another Mormon mom. Mormon No More. That's kind of that's a mouthful there. As I'm sure The two of them are.
Well, the good thing for them is their underwear is not going to change that much. If they're lesbians, they're still going to wear very long underwear.
Right down to the knee.
Mm-hmm.
Messages, people send them all the time. You can do it a variety of ways. You can always email me at alancoxshow.com. You can text. You can drop them on the iHeartRadio app and talkback button there, or you can leave them on the voicemail as well.
Gooning is the opposite of edging.
Oh, yeah. We got so many messages about the gooning call yesterday, talking about edging. Gooning is the opposite.
Gooning is the opposite of edging. If you're gooning, you know your life is out of control. Gooning is a very sad thing to do.
Yeah, not the opposite maybe, but, if you're, what did he say yesterday? He said not all edging is gooning, but all gooning is edging, or not all something.
Gooning, not all gooning is that. Hey, I don't remember.
Not all edging is gooning, but all gooning is edging.
There you go.
It's a banger. Gooning is the opposite of it. Thank you for that message. Got to take a break. If you want to send a text for anything, 35192, alancoxshow.com, the aforementioned. And we'll be back after these.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. Rover's Morning Glory.
I've gained 5 pounds eating all the candy my wife bought for my father-in-law while we work on this remodel.
Is he just eating those snacks as he's doing the work, or does he actually take a break, gorge for a little bit, then go back to work?
I don't know when
is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of The Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
And get on that throbbing phone.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192. Want to send a text to me? AlanCoxShow.com is where you can watch live. If you are, thanks to Ollie to Booger. Ollie to Booger. I assume that's short for Oliver to Booger.
Yeah.
Opts to go by Ollie. Thanks so much. Cavaliers are back tonight at the Romo Fijo against the Detroit Pistons. Monday night they were at home too. Beat the Clippers by 10. So we'll see what they do tonight with the Pistons. And then they'll head on the road for a handful of games before coming back. They're going to play the Grizzlies in Memphis tomorrow night. They'll play the Spurs on Saturday and then be back here next week. So Cavs, Pistons tonight, 7 o'clock on MMS and on the iHeart Radio app if you want to listen there. Listener sent me the letter. The Washington Post says that Poundcake's mom is absolutely correct. The article was, we ranked the best 11 grocery store rotisserie chickens. And guess which one they ranked number one?
Walmart
original rotisserie chicken is what they said.
I'm going to play this for my mother when she wakes up.
When does she wake up?
Like around 4 or 5.
4 or 5. And she starts her shift when? Like 8 or 9 or earlier than that?
7.
So does she basically have
That's 7
a
to 7,
rotisserie
or?
chicken for breakfast?
She portions she meal preps. She portions it out.
That's smart.
But yeah, like she has it with other things. But my goodness, she told me, she lectured me about it because when I told her I was on my diet and I said I've been going to Giant Eagle because that's how I got skinny, was the rotisserie chickens and like the microwavable veggies. And she was like, where do you get your rotisserie chickens? I say Giant Eagle. She said, she literally did, I'm like, what? She's like, nope, not the same. It's not a Walmart rotisserie chicken. She was like, Walmart, she's like, just their seasoning and just the way it sits in the whatever it is. Like, she's like, it's better. She's like, I've had
Stews in its juices.
yeah. She was like, I've had Myers. She said, I've had, who else is around her? There's not a Giant Eagle around her, I don't think, or she just doesn't shop at Giant Eagle. But there was another one where she was like, nope, it's not the same as Walmart rotisserie chicken. I told her Drug Mart was a pretty good one. She's like, nope, not a Drug Mart.
Man, I like the Drug Mart ones. They're pretty good.
It's rare that you find them.
Yeah, that's really that one in Independence is the only one that I would ever get them from, but they were worth it when we worked out there. And
I've never had a Drug Mart rotisserie chicken.
like Poundcake said, it's not at all the Drug Marts. That's the only one that I ever saw was that Independence one.
Yeah, man, and it was like off to the side too. Like it wasn't back with all the other like. They didn't even have like.
Well, they had that little deli area.
Yeah, but it was like up towards like the aisles, and it was like underneath a lamp. Like there wasn't a rotisserie chicken aisle or like where you could buy like fresh fried chicken. It was literally just rotisserie chickens right there. So it must be like a hot commodity. But she was adamant about. I said, Mom, I can stop at Giant Eagle on my way home and bring you a rotisserie. She's like, nope. Stop at Walmart when you get here. I'm like, Walmart's out of my way. I can stop at Giant Eagle. No.
You stop at Walmart. You do what your mother says.
I did, but like I was telling her, she's like, Meyer's down the road from me. She's like, and I don't even go to Meyer. She was like, Walmart rotisserie chicken. She's like, there ain't no comparison. She's like, there ain't no competition.
I think most people would travel a little bit further for something if they found that it was a superior product. That doesn't make her weird. Makes you weird for not wanting to accommodate your mother.
But I did.
I know you.
I could not understand it. I'm like,
but you fought her every step of the way, didn't you?
Yeah, but I was like, it's a rotisserie chicken. Like you're gonna season it up and do it like your way anyway. She's like, nope, I need Walmart.
I think it's funnier that she doesn't even want to test her son's opinion.
Not at all.
Doesn't even want to take his word for it and try it out for herself.
A couple years back, I had 2 years worth of Heinen's gift cards because I didn't use them for like 2 years when we got them here from the station. So I told him, I was like, we should just go grocery shopping. I was like, I'll take you to Heinen's. I'm sure you don't. That's a high-end grocery store that she probably has never gone to. She's like, okay. And I think they had a section for rotisserie chickens. I said, you want to grab them? She's like, no. Like, she just kept going. She just like kept pushing her cart. And she's like, I'll get some of these. I'll get some of these. I'm like, you don't want any like fresh chicken? She's like, nah, I want their chicken. She said, no, I don't want their chicken. Walmart, she's brand loyal.
No less than the Washington Post has determined that your mom is absolutely correct. They ranked almost a dozen. What they said, 11, but then I see, there's a tie for third. So they ranked 11. Well, a lot of them are like regional chains. Like number 10 is Harris Teeter. We don't have Harris Teeters
What's
here.
the first three?
Those are in like Jersey and D.C. Walmart Traditional is number 1. Number 2 is Nature's Promise.
She never had that.
Which you'll find it. Well, like I said, a lot of these are chains that aren't in Ohio. Giant is a chain that we don't have here. Sprouts Farmers Market and Wellesley Farms, which you get at BJ's. That's number 3. We have BJ's out here. Sam's Club, which is just Walmart, right?
So,
yeah.
But she doesn't go to Sam's Club. She doesn't buy in bulk.
But imagine Walmart's number 1. Your own company is number 4. Like they're sending subpar chickens, you think, over to Sam's Club?
They might not have the same
supplier.
No, they just might not have the same seasoning and stuff.
Wegmans, Safeway, Costco, Food Lion, which we don't have out here, Whole Foods, and Harris Teeter.
How does she feel about Boston Market Poundcake?
I don't think she eats Boston Market. I remember around us.
'Cause that's a good one.
I have had Boston Market. I think it's pretty good.
I
But
miss
again, I'm not
they
a good
had
test.
they used to have a Boston Market in Lakewood and they don't anymore.
I think a decent.
I miss it.
A lot of places don't have Boston Market anymore.
Oh, they don't have the Boston Market in Lakewood anymore?
No, it's a Charlie's steak shop or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, blasphemy. Okay. Well, no.
They were so expensive, Boston Market.
There is I think the only substitute I think she would have, there is a market in Lorain called Fligner's, and they do a lot of catering and they have like a lot of different meats. So I think she will eat theirs because it's like, I guess, higher end meat, or she's just used to that type of chicken. But
you can pick up the Fligner's 7-day meat bundle.
7 days.
That's how you prep.
They've got Butcher's Steak Escape. They've got Chicken Lovers.
That's
fall
wonderful.
into winter. You can get 2 whole frying chickens. Your mom have a spare $85, $84.95?
No.
She can get wings and legs and whole frying chickens and seasoned fajita chicken and
yeah, I've expressed the ones to her. Any chain grocery store that has rotisserie chickens, I think I've asked her about it. And she was like, "No, it's not Walmart." Because I told her Giant Eagle, she was like, "No." And then I was like, Drug Mart. She's like, "No."
Wow. She won't even take your advice.
No.
Doesn't even want to mess with it. Okay.
Yeah, she likes what she likes.
Yeah, I understand.
And apparently, it's the best.
I said Myers.
According to this survey.
She said,
I don't think I've ever had a rotisserie from Walmart.
Oh, from Walmart?
No, I need to go in there, though, and see what all the buzz is about. If you're...
Well, here's the thing, too, is the closest Walmart to me is Steel Yard.
Right, so it's not convenient for you.
Yeah, it's not... And I don't know. I don't even know if the Walmart in Old Brooklyn has like food and stuff.
Why would they not? They don't have a deli or anything?
I don't know. I never go to Walmart.
I can't remember the last. I mean, I probably went for my mom. That was probably the last time I.
Oh, I was just in last week. It was something that specifically.
Well, you probably go to the Avon one, right?
No, I was in the Steel Yard Walmart.
Steel Yard Walmart. Fighting for his life.
The first year that we lived here, we lived in Tremont, so that's where we did our grocery shopping. It was the first time I'd ever seen a Walmart that wasn't 24 hours. Because I go knocking on their door at 10:30 or something.
Bitch.
Yeah, we're closed. I go, what do you mean you're closed? You're Walmart. Hey, we're closed. Don't you know where you are?
Steel Yard, you're not safe. Get home.
I'm like, why is everybody freaking out about the Steel Yard? It's empty. What are you talking about?
That's what they want you to think.
Yeah, they're creeping.
And they start banging on trash cans and the lights go out.
Well, I went in the other
hear
morning.
The howl of a wolf.
I dipped in the other morning to find something. They didn't have it, but there was nobody in there.
I went there back in July. I was in the Steel Yard Walmart, and
that's where I saw they were building the Chipotle across the street from the Chipotle.
It is what it is. It's not. I don't think it's as bad as everybody makes it out to be, but I was also only in there for like 8 minutes, so I can't really judge it from the people that go there on a regular basis. Was that video? Do you see the video of the guy that took off his shirt and poured milk all over himself?
No.
That was, I think that was a Steelyard Walmart.
How long ago was that?
I just saw it over the weekend.
Poured milk
maybe
all
Monday.
over himself. See, back in the day, if you saw something like that, you were like, oh, somebody filmed a crazy person.
Right.
Now it's somebody going for clicks.
Yeah.
You know, it's a kid who's like, hey, love licking all the ice cream. Like, come on, man.
Here, I'll send it to you.
Well, anyway. So let your mom know that she is in league, whether she knows it or not, with the Washington Post. What?
The weight loss thing that you sent where the nips didn't go
Oh, yeah. You just saw that?
I glanced at it because I was at the movie last night and saw Argyle, which was a lot of fun. I mean, don't go in expecting a very serious spy movie. It's Matthew Vaughn. It's all over the place. It's ridiculous. But it was a lot of fun.
Oh, good, because the advance word I saw on it was not good. So I was like, I'm excited to see it. It looks fun. And
I mean, just go in expecting a fun, over-the-top spy movie.
Yeah.
That, like, it's in the same vein as Kingsman and stuff like that, where there's no rules of physics or science or anything like that, but they have some fun ideas, and they have a good time with it.
Yeah, this looks like a kid going for clicks.
Yeah.
Pours milk all over himself, jumps down, and then slips in it, which is, of course, eternal justice.
And what's-her-face looks, I like her in that movie.
Dua Lipa.
Not Dua Lipa. I mean, she looks good, too. But
Bryce Dallas Howard?
Bryce Dallas Howard's all thick and...
She's a thick girl.
She's a thick-ass spy.
No, I sent a photo to the group chat last night. Imagine losing 80 pounds, but your nips stay put. And it was just an ad that popped up for something. And this guy, the pic, it was a before and after pic.
Yeah.
And this guy's a big dude. And so he's got like droopy man teats. And then he loses 80 pounds. And so he looks great. Except his nipples, so he looks shredded.
Yeah.
But his nipples are in the exact same spot.
Yeah. Because the skin didn't bounce back.
Well, they did something. They must have trimmed or something because...
Ethan Suplee's got the same thing going on.
Does he?
Yeah, because he lost all that weight and he's all jacked now, but he's got the saggy nips.
All right. Yeah, because he got real big.
Mm-hmm.
After hours line, you want to leave voicemails there, 216-986-8903.
Alan, Trucker John, King of I-71. Hey, I was listening to last week's shows, as I do, and Thursday Bill mentioned he was at Mr. Hero. Is he practicing for his new and improved 2024 stairwell fart?
Listen.
And if he is, Bill, you should practice while Mary's in the studio to make her feel at home. Poundcake, if you had a podcast, I would subscribe to it, but it would have to be every week. And I know you're not going to do that, but you cracked me up, dude. Love the show. Take care of each other. Trucker John out.
Wow, there's a guy now. He didn't say how much he'd pay for it, but as a Trucker John, he goes, "Hey, if you were doing a weekly podcast, I would subscribe to it."
No, I'm not doing a weekly podcast. It's very time consuming and it's labor intensive and not a lot of payoff for me. But I am doing other things via Instagram. So if you want to follow me, you can see it there.
And as far as farts go,
Trucker John is very invested in this new stairwell fart of yours. It's called a handful of times.
I've tried to get a couple.
Oh, you're making attempts.
Yeah, but I don't want to underperform either. So
you want to blow it out.
Yeah, so the ones that I have just not been up to snuff as far as
you'll know when it's right.
Yeah,
up to sniff or up to snuff.
Either. But I want to get
that's
a good
the original
one. Yeah.
one. So this is you on the 9th floor in the stairwell outside your apartment in Squifle Tower.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they just haven't had that same
thickness.
Vigor. Yeah.
You want to light people's nostril, like nose
no one's
hairs
gonna
on
smell
fire.
it. No one's gonna smell it. It's gonna be
Then
just
walk
maybe my
down
dog.
into it.
He's on the 9th floor. He's at the top.
Nobody uses the stairs.
Yeah, they're all 80. And he's near the top.
Yeah.
Everybody's going down. They're not going up.
Okay.
And if they did, that's a lot of room for it to dissipate.
Mm-hmm.
And if it sounds anything like this one, which is strangely an equal combination of dry and wet,
yeah.
I
That's what
think
I'm
they'll
looking
be
for.
all right.
Is I want something with some good percussion to it that
Mhm.
really resonates in the stairwell. And right now, the ones have just been a little too. They just haven't been powerful enough. So
You
want to
make good
powerful
use
one.
of the space.
Yes, exactly.
Oh, boy.
And I have to prepare it because whenever, like, I reposted that one like middle of last year, and like 80 people unfollowed me, so I got to be ready to take a little dip in social media for my art.
80 people unfollowed you because of that?
Yep.
Why?
They didn't want the fart.
What were they there for already? I know it's not solely fart content, but you are a fart your farts guy.
Yeah, but there's a lot of people that follow me that don't follow me because of this show.
They follow you because of
stand-up and stuff like that. So
and
they
there's no
see that
farting in
and they
stand-up.
go, well, there's, I don't
Quiet
have
farting.
as many fart jokes as you'd think.
No, I mean farts, not fart jokes.
Yeah, well, definitely no farts.
All right. There's no crying in baseball. There's no farting in stand-up.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine unfollowing somebody because you like everything else they've done, or at least more often than not.
People have unfollowed for less.
Oh, people unfollow me constantly.
But but why?
Because they'll see one clip of stand-up and be like, this is my guy. I like this. And then they'll see another post and be like, wait a second. That contradicts something else that I thought that I had a preconceived notion about.
I have to, just for me, I've got to see a handful of pieces of somebody's stuff before I follow them to begin with.
No.
So I'm like, I'm riding with you now. I don't have to agree with everything, but the whole unfollow, listen, you curate your own experience,
Right.
but seeing one thing and going, nope, it's so weird.
Yeah.
Very strange.
Well, social media is a weird thing.
But they can't even laugh at it. They
Oh,
can't even
no,
have
there's-
they can't even have like a small titter
Mm-hmm.
over a guy going, "Hey, check this out in a stairwell."
Right.
Proud of myself. They can't even take pride in your accomplishments like Poundcake does.
You know
with
what,
other
though?
people.
That's fine. If that's not the content they want, then I'm not the guy for them.
Right.
I need you to
You never had 'em in the first place.
appreciate me, farts and all.
They're foisting Valentine's Day Stanley tumblers on people, by the way. Not foisting, they're limited edition. And so people are, just as the potential hype over the Stanley Cups might begin to wane, because it really kind of did go nuclear, and then, the star that burns twice as bright burns half as long. And so now they're like, Valentine's Day is coming up. But there's a dude out in Jersey. I don't know if Bill from Jersey sent me this. Somebody did. There's a guy out on Long Island who calls himself the Cake Don, and he can't keep up with the orders. He makes like the, is it cake type cakes?
Yeah.
Very realistic looking cakes.
Is this the guy that had his own show?
I don't know about that.
Oh, that was the Cake Boss.
Cake Boss.
Yeah.
This is the Cake Don.
My kids loved Cake Boss, and I was
No, I don't care about those.
Yeah.
We watch Is It Cake because I have a 7-year-old, but I don't care about that either. Don Donnarumma, who calls himself the Cake Don, he's out there on Long Island, and he makes cakes that look exactly like Stanley tumblers. So he's like, if you can't get one, here's a link to order one for Valentine's Day.
Imagine
for your vapid wife or girlfriend.
Yeah, imagine your personality is cup.
Yeah. Your whole personality is
Yeah.
a Stanley Cup.
What is she like? Cup. She like cup.
She like cup. So he's selling them as fast as he can make them. I could just see News 12 out there on Long Island. They're like, one Long Island baker's cupcakes are selling like hot cakes. But this guy's like, yeah, I'm making them as fast as I can. And they do. They look exactly like the giant Stanley quencher tumbler. But then he cuts it and you find out it's cake. And they're probably, but again, even these people that do the is it cake type cakes, the realistic looking ones, they don't look edible. It's all fondant and it's all goo to keep it together. Bonding agents. I mean, they look really cool. But I would think that you would just let it go and not do anything with it. But anyway, this guy's taking tons of orders for Valentine's Day. So maybe you have a wife or a girlfriend in your life whose entire personality is this dumb cup. He's on Instagram and TikTok and all that, the Cake Don, and out there to help people. Now, see, all the cool kids have already moved on to another cup.
Oh, there's new cup already?
Stanley has already had its day. The cool girls have already moved on to the Owala water bottles. Because, of course, the big complaint about the Stanley cups.
Lead?
Well, the lead, the bacteria, because I guess people didn't realize you have to clean them. But the fact that it's a straw. And so if you tip it or something, it can come out the straw hole in the Owala bottles. They have like a little flip thing. And
I already had one of these.
listen, none of these cups are unprecedented. That's why I can't figure out why one or two of them go so crazy popular, just because of social media. But the cool kids are already moving away from the Stanley Quencher water bottles. And that probably has something to do with supply and demand, too.
You want to look up some of the colors that you can get? There's Shy Marshmallow, Jet Ski.
Mm-hmm. This is the color of the cups.
Yes, this is the color of the Owala water bottle.
Mm-hmm.
Great.
Shy Marshmallow.
Yeah.
Neo Sage.
Summer Sweetness. Very, very dark.
Canyon Falcon is one.
Why don't you like going to the Steel Yard Walmart? Very, very dark.
Very dark. Because I'm a little shy marshmallow. That's why.
Because it's very, very dark and I'm a little shy marshmallow.
Yeah. Can you see me as their hot pink color? So anyway, if you have found yourself flummoxed in your attempts to try to get one of these stupid depth charge size Stanley tumblers, cool kids are moving on to the Owala water bottle. So follow them. If you like to be one of those people, it's an early adopter, you can get over there and get one of those. And it looks like they're a hell of a lot cheaper, too.
This is Poundcake's color. Boneyard.
Yeah, poolside punch.
I'm not going to be able to see it because we're on a delay, but...
Well, you can just go to their website. I'm going to break here with another $1,000 straight ahead of you. 3:30, that next keyword to grab you $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie. I'll have Bush tickets right after the break. About 9 minutes from now, I want to go see them on the Greatest Hits Tour this summer. I'll hook you up coming back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Every September, the biggest superstars from all genres of music converge on Las Vegas to play a festival that is like no other on the planet.
The iHeartRadio Music Festival.
16 artists over 2 epic nights on one stage.
This is where I can't believe it actually happens.
And these artists have all been part of it.
Taylor Swift,
Kenny Chesney,
Billie Eilish,
Jay-Z,
Jennifer Lopez,
Coldplay,
Carrie Underwood,
Foo Fighters,
Megan Thee Stallion,
Luke Combs,
Elton John,
Green Day,
Justin Timberlake,
Rihanna,
U2,
Tim McGraw,
Mariah Carey,
Paul McCartney, Drake.
They've all been there.
Now, make this the year you go to.
Capital One cardholders get first access to tickets. Available right now through 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific tomorrow, or while supplies last.
Go to iHeartRadio.com/festival to buy yours before this year's lineup is announced.
And we'll see you in Las Vegas for our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Still some patchy fog hanging around for some of us. For the rest, a light wind with mostly cloudy skies this afternoon. Highs in the upper 30s. Clouds tonight with overnight lows in the low 30s. For your Thursday, some peaks of sunshine. Otherwise mostly cloudy with a chance of showers later in the day. Highs in the mid-40s.
This report is sponsored by Ohio Laborers. Build Ohio right. Build it union. New year, new projects. Tomorrow's infrastructure is in the skilled hands of the Ohio laborers. From roads and bridges to buildings and solar farms, the Ohio laborers do it all. Build Ohio right. Build it union.
Kia of Streetsboro. 99 cents get you driving. Kia of Streetsboro. 99 cents down. Kia of Streetsboro. Stop in and see how much you'll save. Kia of Streetsboro. Kia of Streetsboro.com.
Hey Cleveland, Kia of Streetsboro is bringing the heat and unleashing crazy savings, like $12,000 off a 2023 Kia EV6. And hey, if an adventure-ready SUV is more your speed, get $7,000 off a 2023 Sorento or $4,000 off a 2024 Kia Sportage. And if you
Drudge on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's time to give. It's time to give stuff away.
All right, I'm going to go see Bush. They were here last summer for the triumphant return of Buzzard Fest. And if you saw them and want to see them again, or if you missed them and want to see them, they're doing the Greatest Hits tour this summer. They're bringing Jerry Cantrell from Alice in Chains, doing some solo dates, and Candlebox rounding out the lineup. Jacob's Pavilion on Tuesday night, August the 13th is the date. You can go to axs.com for all the details on tickets. But I think they're going very, very quickly. So 2 for Bush. Here, get them while you can. Caller 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Authors say to write what you know, which is why he remains unpublished.
How can you know nothing about anything?
Alan Cox.
That hack knows absolutely nothing.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I used to travel in the shadows and I never found the nerve to try and walk up to you.
Man, remember the Smithereens? What a great goddamn band. So good, man. 80s, 90s. Smithereens they were an acquired taste, but they were just great, straight ahead
rock. I like this
New
stuff,
Jersey
yeah.
rock and roll. So good. Pat D'Annunzio was their singer. He was the founding member and did most of the work in the band. And he died about 6-7 years ago. He had gotten himself into pretty bad shape. And, but I guess they're going back on the road. I don't know if they're coming here, but they're going on the road with like a revolving door of guest vocalists. So Marshall Crenshaw, if people know him, Robin Wilson, who's the singer of the Gin Blossoms.
I do like me some Marshall Crenshaw.
He's got a great voice. Both of those guys.
Oh, Gin Blossom's great too.
Yeah. So Pat D'Annunzio's voice was such kind of a distinctive part of the Smithereens, obviously, but love those guys. So the other dudes are kind of going around the country when they get booked and seeing who they can have front the band with them. But man, they're good. Haven't thought about the Smithereens in quite a while. I will have another $1,000 for you in about 7 minutes. 3:30 is that next keyword for you to grab $1,000. In about a half an hour, I'm going to put somebody else on my tubing team, the Coxsicles. If you want to join us for the 12th annual Alan Cox Show Polar Blast Battle. We're doing it back at Boston Mills Brandywine on Friday night, February the 23rd. And it's completely free to come out and hang with us. We do have a link if you just want to get yourself like the all-night tubing pass. Those are only $34. So AlanCoxShow.com, at the contest page there, link to buy those tickets. But otherwise, you can just come hang. We do our race, each one of us captain of our own team, staffed by you guys. So it's really on you to win for one of our teams. And then we go to the lodge and party. Matitude's going to be spinning. And the drinks will be flowing like wine. So WMMS.com or AlanCoxShow.com for the details. But about a half an hour, I'll put somebody else on my team. Now, next week, we're going to be taking care of Bill's team. Every day, we'll put somebody on Ice Is, which is Bill's team.
Mm-hmm.
I will also have...
recruiting you for Ice Is.
Recruiting you for Ice Is. Mm-hmm. I'll also set you up to see Gary Clark Jr.
Oh, nice. When's he coming?
May 24th, he's going to do Jacob's Pavilion. I'll have more Sonic Temple weekend passes for you. And I mentioned that they announced that REO Speedwagon and Train show. And so if that's your vibe, I will have tickets for you for that. They're doing mid-July at Blossom. REO, Train, and the Yacht Rock Review. Somebody better get Boaterhead on the phone and start raising holy hell. Why they are not on the Cleveland stop of the REO Speedwagon and Train tour, I don't know. I don't know what the hell Yacht Rock Review is, unless they had to change their name again.
There's a chance.
There is a chance. Unless I'm just not in the know. But I don't think so, because I'm on their mailing list, and I think I just got a Boaterhead update. But they've done the Alan Cox Show cruise a number of times, and had a lot of fun with them. So, anyway, that's next week. But this week we'll put you on my team, the Coxsicles. Next week, Bill's team. And then the week after, because Mary will be joining us for the Polar Blast, her team, Snow Babies. Get some people on there. Cavs at home tonight before they hit the road for a few. They're going to play the lowly Detroit Pistons. But any given Wednesday, fortunes can turn. So 7 o'clock tonight at the Romo Fijo. Tip-off Pistons-Cavs here on the Buzzard. I saw Baker Mayfield is getting subbed in the Pro Bowl.
Yep.
Pro Bowl, of course, is got to be a bittersweet assignment because you're only in it because you're not playing in the Super Bowl.
Exactly.
So I saw
and then
those,
a lot of guys are like, "Oh, I'm injured. I can't play anyway." So it's
it's the scrubs, not scrubs, but
like
guys who want to play, like they're like.
Well, they don't even play a real Pro Bowl game anymore. They do like a flag football game and they do a bunch of dumb contests.
That was my question. All those promos and commercials I saw for the flag football, I was like, are these two separate things? Because they don't want to get hurt. I mean,
that's why they do flag football.
Oh, okay.
So, and I think someone still got hurt last year when they did it this way.
So
they're trying real hard to make this relevant, and it's just never gonna be.
No, nobody wants to see those guys play flag football.
And when they play regular football in the Pro Bowl, nobody tries because they don't want to get hurt. So it was always just a letdown of a game anyway. Like nobody, and they used to the appeal of going to the Pro Bowl back in the day was they would have it in Hawaii. So at least you're in Hawaii. But now they do it all in
like Indianapolis or where are they?
No, I think they're probably doing it in Vegas.
Okay.
Which isn't bad, but it's not Hawaii.
Right. So, so there's subbing people in either because of injury or something else. Jalen Hurts is going in for Brock Purdy because now Brock Purdy's in the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Baker Mayfield getting swapped in for Dak Prescott because he got hurt.
That he's one of the ones that's like hurt.
Yeah,
like
I'm hurt.
He just doesn't want to go.
Right. So they're putting Gardner Minshew in, and Geno Smith's going in for Matt Stafford. Stephon Diggs from the Bills is going in for Amari Cooper because he's hurt. But Joel Bitonio is out, and Wyatt Teller is in. So at least you get to sub for one of your teammates. That's not bad.
That's cool. And it's an honor to go. Like to be named to the team is always cool. But
Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah from your Cleveland Browns is in for T.J. Watt, the Pittsburgh Steelers. What? Pro Bowl games, February 1st through 4th in Orlando.
Oh, they do it in Orlando.
Orlando, Florida. I was reading a thing about, speaking of Baker Mayfield, a guy that used to be a coach for the Buccaneers. He was with the Seahawks, and then his big break came, and he became the offensive coordinator for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers last year. So from there, like, that's your last step traditionally before you get your first, like, head coaching gig, right? It's a guy named Dave Canales. And he was the head coach of the Carolina Panthers. But the reason that he is in the news is because he and his wife wrote a book about all of his and their problems called Marriage, the Question That Changed Everything.
Well, he just got named the coach of the Panthers.
That's right.
Yeah,
He's
the
the coach.
He was.
Sorry, he is the coach of the Carolina Panthers.
So they did a book. Here's our problems. Okay.
Well, yeah, that his infidelity, his addiction to pornography, his binge drinking. You got to wonder if his wife would have stayed had he not gotten the Panthers job.
Right. And also, bro, it sounds like you didn't want to be married.
Details how a young guy, 42-year-old coach, has worked to overcome his problems, and the couple found its way back to a healthy, Christian-based marriage.
Okay.
Well, which was it? Healthy or Christian-based? Because you can't have both. So pick one.
I'm all about moderation, but you don't fix those things. She's gonna hold that over your head forever. It sounds like she just didn't want to get divorced. I don't know. It just doesn't.
He said that with the help of counseling and family, one of those you always had, by the way, he no longer has issues with infidelity or pornography, and he stopped drinking completely. I think that third one might have really helped the other two.
That's probably,
by the way,
a huge helper for the other two.
Yeah. And so they wrote this book, and they said we wanted other people to work toward a better marriage. So the message is fine, but I thought it was funny. They were like a healthy Christian-based marriage, which is basically just, matrimony through guilt, I guess. Okay. They said that reliving the painful details of their past was like going through another round of counseling, but it helped them. So listen, good for them. I mean, the more you can get out of your own head and just start doing the work.
What about the wife's shortcomings? There's a reason he was going to booze and pornography and cheating. What was she doing wrong? Where's her guilt in all this?
Where's her mea culpa over there? Culpa. If she had been doing what she should have been doing as a trad wife.
What'd she say to make him cheat? That's what I want to know.
Look what you made me do.
Wouldn't be over here cheating and porning if you just step up.
Cheating and porning. Dave Canales is Mexican-American. He's one of 9 minority coaches in the NFL at the moment. They're crowing about that being a record. Hey, listen, progress is glacial. Good for them. He described himself.
And Bill Belichick, the winningest coach, second winningest coach of all time, can't get a job. So, hey. It is what it is.
Yeah. Well, the guy's in his 70s. He had a good run. He describes himself as a recovering narcissist. Well, that is a good thing to recover from.
Is that something you can recover from?
I think so, man. I mean, therapy does a lot for people. I mean, we've all been in therapy. I don't know. Poundcake has? I don't know.
Not in my adult life, no.
Not you were as a kid?
I had a lot of anger issues. Probably stemming from my sexuality.
Yeah, okay.
But I went to, anger management because I would have really bad temper tantrums.
Okay. Well, as
what'd they tell you?
I got
stop tantruming.
I had 2 meetings and then
cut it out, queer.
Jesus
well, I
Christ.
wasn't out then, so I didn't know where it stemmed from, and they didn't either. But no, I talked to one psychiatrist, and then I went to another one. So I had 2 first-time sessions, and then I never went back. It wasn't a me thing. It was probably a money thing. I don't know.
That sounds like you figured it out, though.
Here's Poundcake in therapy.
Man, shut your ass up. At 8, yeah.
At 8,
At 8? Okay. I didn't realize it was 8 years old.
Ass up.
I thought this was teenage years.
No, he said as a little kid.
Oh, sorry.
I was young. This was before, 10 max.
Yeah.
So I was young. Stop being poor. That's their fault.
We give you $1,000. That's going to help you stop being poor, and Poundcake will start to like you. It's $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. Listen closely and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Check. That's check. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Alan, since we're all watching it now, House MD, Season 2, Episode 3, they mentioned rat bite fever on a couple of occasions.
Ooh.
It's not the ultimate diagnosis of the episode, but it's still pretty good.
Rat bite fever. Rat bite fever.
Yeah, I always thought we were making a joke. I didn't realize rat bite fever was
No, it stemmed from an actual.
Did it?
Yeah.
Is that what it was?
There was an outbreak of rat bite fever, and that's why we had that whole sounder made and everything.
Oh, boy. And you can leave messages for us on the iHeartRadio app. A lot of people like to use that. It's quick. It's easy. A little talk back button there.
The nobody gives a hell, more disasterful, fly high, die high guy. Please leave more messages. That was fantastic. I want more of that guy. Please. Wherever you are, Godspeed. Just let me hear more of that.
I think it's the uncompetable guy. Yeah. Isn't he the one that leaves those messages? And I think I met him last summer. He came up and he's like, I'm the uncompetable.
Uncompetable.
This guy left a message yesterday.
Nobody gives a hell. I get the airplane disaster can be much more disasterful, but whatever, dude. YOLO, fly and die high, baby.
YOLO, fly and die high,
YOLO,
baby.
fly and die high, baby. I love it. I think I met him when I was doing an appearance. I was at Game On in Lakewood when we were
chompers.
We were putting people on.
Oh, that's right.
Captain Fun's Floating Fandango.
Yeah.
Putting people on the cruise. And people had to come out and play Battleship, and I think he came out to me, and I think he's that guy.
I want to use his teeth as
Uncompetable.
veneers one day.
What do you mean?
Because he has great teeth.
Oh, you remember him?
You sent the picture, and I was like, damn.
Oh, when I met him.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
You took a picture.
Well, listen, maybe someday you can, your teeth are fine.
Oh, no, I like my teeth.
Yeah.
I'm just saying if I ever were to get dentures or need a stencil, I'm like, that guy.
A
Give me
stencil?
Is that?
I don't know. What is that?
Mold? Like, do they stencil it before they create the teeth?
Well, I don't think they stencil it.
You just mean a mold.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know the process of doing
Oh, I didn't know if that was something I wasn't hip to or.
No.
That might be something. I don't know.
A stencil.
I don't hang out at a dentist office that much.
Hey, baby, you got a stencil back there with my name on it?
Nobody gives a hell. I get the
Nobody gives a hell.
Nobody
is
gives
good.
a hell is
Nobody
great.
gives a hell.
Nobody gives a hell.
This one's full of bangers.
I get the airplane disaster can be much more disasterful. But whatever, dude. YOLO, fly and die high, baby.
I love it. Yeah, so I second that guy. Call, leave messages whenever you want. Brian calls whenever he wants. He doesn't care.
Let me throw a beat down.
Brian. Oh, yeah, he's
Let me throw a beat down.
a beat down. Yeah, no guitar. Throw a beat down.
I ran to the supermarket late last weekend.
And Brian's going.
I hit the record button on my sound recorder, and I just can't hate this blurting out the words in my head saying boom, boom, boom.
Wow. Brian, let me lay it on a beat. I'm tired of playing guitar because usually he calls all the time.
Yeah.
And he'll just play guitar.
He's
on the phone.
diversifying.
Let me throw a beat down.
Eventually, we're gonna have a whole song.
Boy, it's pretty good.
All we need is a bass and some lyrics.
Throw some Dick mandolin in there, and man, that's going to be pretty good. Okay. Well, thank you, Brian. You and YOLO, fly high, die high, baby. You guys can leave messages whenever you want. Stansbury and I were talking about it kind of briefly before I came on, our little crosstalk or whatever, talking about this whole Taylor Swift Super Bowl conspiracy thing. It is really funny how, for whatever reason, right-wingers, and again, I don't think it's like right-wing people. I think it's the dudes that are trying to get clicks. It's like podcasters.
Yeah.
It's all these like other jags. They're like losing their minds over Taylor Swift, that there's a conspiracy to get Joe Biden
Clickbait is
elected
incredibly-
again because, oh my God.
But what's the conspiracy? If she supported, like you said,
She supported him in 2020,
Yeah.
and she's a young woman.
Mm-hmm.
This is another genius play, by the way, from that MAGA crowd. Hey, how do we distract women from the fact that we're trying to legally control their bodies? I know. Let's go to war with Taylor Swift. What an amazing plan from, I don't know, probably the mind of Steve Bannon. I don't know. You want to talk about F around and find out. Wait till the Swifties come after you. Putin and Hamas combined are nothing compared to that.
The most dangerous people on earth.
Going after
Swifties.
Taylor Swift because of the Super Bowl. And there was a clip going around, too, of some, I don't know, one of these Republican conferences, and the guy's like going off on whatever the psyops and all that nonsense. And he's like, hey, the left's got celebrities. We have celebrities, too. We have Ted Nugent and John Voight and Kid Rock. And they're like, yeah, and Taylor Swift. I mean, she's Scott Baio. I think Scott Baio and Ted Nugent versus Taylor Swift and Bruce Springsteen. I think it's going to be okay.
Let them
I'm
battle it out.
I'm not too worried about it.
Let the people decide.
Yeah, that's right. Although I will say, he takes a lot of heat, but I met Scott Baio in the early 90s, and he was a genuinely nice guy. People give him a hard time all the time because he's like one of these Hollywood MAGA guys now. Him and the Hercules guy and
the Hercules
John
guy
Voight.
is
Kevin Sorbo. Is
Yeah.
that he played Hercules? Is that who he played?
on the syndicated TV series?
Right. And so there's like this, the usual suspects. There's like this cohort of these, far right-wing celebrities, and Scott Baio is always in there too. But the one time I ran into the guy, he couldn't have been nicer. So maybe he took a turn in the past 30 years, which is entirely likely, but I don't know. He's the and again, I've met Kid Rock on a number of occasions, and I like him a lot too. But some of these people, their friggin' heads are exploding. And it's so silly. You really, really have to twist yourself into a pretzel to come up with a conspiracy about Taylor Swift, who is the most popular person on the planet right now and extraordinarily influential. She doesn't need the Super Bowl, you realize. You guys have flipped the script. They need her. She doesn't need them. Well, they don't need her either. But she definitely doesn't need the Super Bowl. There's nothing they're going to do that's going to get her more attention. And by the way, I thought all these right-wingers were boycotting the NFL since Colin Kaepernick.
They forgot.
So what do they even care what happens?
And
I thought you guys weren't even going to be looking at the Super Bowl.
And because of Bud Light and all the things, Nike, they have all these different boycotts that they keep forgetting to boycott because Nike makes the jerseys. Bud Light is a huge sponsor of the NFL.
Boycotts take a lot of work and they get boring. Boycotts are probably fun from the jump, and then they get boring. You got to keep doing them.
They're going to be real mad when we start calling them people cots.
Person cot. Mm-hmm. I'm going to break. After the break, I will have your spot on my tubing team, the Coxsicles. We're going back to Boston Mills Brandywine for this year's Polar Blast Battle. It's February 23rd, so I will give you one of the slots on my team when we get back. If you want to get all the details, look into it now. Go to WMMS.com and hit the contest tab.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you
Contact store for price and participation which vary. Tax extra.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
It's time to give. Hey, time to give stuff away.
All right, you want to get on my team for our 12th annual Polar Blast Battle. We go back our annual tubing race back at Boston Mills Brandywine. Each one of us have our own team. My team, the Coxsicles. You can register to get on Poundcake's team, the Astro Sliders, at WMMS.com. We're going back on Friday, February the 23rd. All the info is at WMMS.com. The contest tab there. Free to join us. We just do our race, and then we go party in the lodge. Matitude's going to spin. There's a link, though, if you want to get all-night tubing tickets there, too. Well, I'll put you on my team. Coxsicles, come join us, won't you? It's a lot of fun. Caller 10, you're in. 216-578-1007. Or 800-348-1007.
Some people say our country is more divided than ever. But don't ask him. He sucks at math. Alan Cox on 100.7 WMMS.
I don't know how old the clip is. It's probably not brand new, but it got suggested to me, or it came up as I was looking at something else on YouTube, and it was a clip of Jack White, who is a massive, massive Beatles fan. And they were quizzing him. He said that he could identify a Beatles song with like 2 seconds of music or 1 second of music, and it was really impressive. Holy cow. He didn't miss a beat. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio from out of state, thank you, first off, because it's not always easy. But make sure that I know where you are, too. Alex listens in Dallas. Jim is one of our bureau chiefs in Colorado Springs. Andrea is in Louisville, Kentucky. Becky's in Austin, Texas. Scott's way up in Alpena, Michigan. And Carissa is, I believe, our single bureau chief in Conway, South Carolina. It's not a big town. It's about 23,000 people in Conway. It's about 20 minutes outside Myrtle Beach. But they're in the news because the town is trying to get a couple out of town. This guy and his girlfriend, or I don't know if it's his wife. They're a couple, a guy named Warren Butler and a girl named Alexis Hartnett. It's always funny, these people who consider themselves the master race, their eyeballs are like above their ears. But and the town has kind of had enough because these people have black neighbors, black veteran neighbors. And they've been burning crosses in the yard between their houses. And it's really getting to the point where, like, the neighbors are like, what are we supposed to do? Like, we got to live here and deal with this? And so a variety of authorities there in Conway, South Carolina, are trying to find a way to get this couple kicked out of their house or moved somewhere else or something, since they've been burning crosses near their black neighbors' homes and yelling racial slurs.
So lumber's so expensive right now.
Well, I don't know how big they are. But I don't think lumber is expensive anymore, is it? It was for a while, but the price of everything came down.
Well, I don't think it came down to where
it's not cheap. Where you can be
you
burning crosses.
Be burning it every week.
I mean, these could be popsicle sticks for all I know, but I don't know if it's Gene Hackman and Willem Dafoe are running around there. But local authorities are asking the courts there in South Carolina to declare the home a public nuisance and remove them, saying that they've harassed, assaulted, and threatened their neighbors in the public areas near the home. Now, these are black veterans that moved in next door. And again, you don't know who you're moving next door to. And so much for supporting the troops. But they said that the neighbors were enjoying a holiday weekend with their family. And these two lit a cross on fire in their yard. They had just moved to the area recently. Monica and Sean Williams are Black Army veterans. And they were like, we've never dealt with anything like this before. And the people were initially arrested, but it was a misdemeanor. And so they got it released. And so this couple's like, what are we supposed to do? Like this guy's saying he's going to cause us bodily harm and burn crosses. And what, we're supposed to sleep with one eye open? Or South Carolina is one of only 2 states in the entire U.S. with no hate crime laws. So they don't get them on that. But these 2 people are causing the neighbors and this town no small amount of problems. But like I said, they look like real Emmy Award winners, these 2 anyway. So they're living their best life and just trying to share some of the love there with their neighbors. But Conway, South Carolina, jumped at me because I know that that's where Carissa is. And I think she's our single bureau chief down there. Got a Poundcake sports break later on in the show today. And it's almost like it's like that movie Memento where Guy Pearce keeps forgetting things. I like Wednesdays because I'll remember in the morning that there's a Poundcake sports break, and then I'll go about my day and I'll start doing some work and I'll forget. And I'll go, oh, as I'm laying the show out, I'll go, ooh, Poundcake sports break. And then I get excited again. And then I'll forget because I'll move on to something else. And then midway through the show, as I'm looking further down my rundown, I'll go, ooh, Poundcake sports break. And now I'm excited again.
I'm glad you get excited. That's good.
Now, in 5 minutes, I will have forgotten. And, but again, each time I remember, it's a brand new whiff of excitement. But I think I'll probably remember from here on out.
I hope.
Yeah. Are you excited to do the sports break?
I am.
I mean, I always assume you are because you put a lot of love and care into it. But I didn't know if, you actually were.
Yes, I do. I love delivering my sports knowledge in my own little creative Poundcake way.
I understand. Well, that's why people voted you Pittsburgh, Cleveland's best sports talker. What city are we in? Cleveland's best sports talker over there at
Wouldn't
Cleveland
that be something?
Scene.
I'm so good. I'm the best sports
Multiple
talker
cities.
in a city I've never even visited.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's the real hurdle to jump over, is to be voted in a city. I mean, there were probably no small number of people reading Cleveland Scene who were like, who the hell is Cody Brown? Imagine if you were on in a city that, I mean, we've got a lot of people who listen to the show in Pittsburgh, right? Those people I consider kind of grandfathered in to this show since I was there for so long. So those people know who you are. So it's conceivable that I don't know what the Free Weekly is in Pittsburgh anymore. It used to be in Pittsburgh was what it was called. Like the version of Cleveland Scene. Maybe that's the next step in the Poundcake empire, is getting him voted best sports talker in a completely different city.
That's dope.
That would be a Sisyphean task of untold proportions. Yes.
Who?
Dope. That would be dope to get you. Let me make some calls. See what I can find.
A Josephine Task? What is that?
Yes. Josephine Task. I dated her second half of college, and her parents didn't want her with a white boy. And I said, well, a Sisyphean task. Have you ever heard that term?
Sisyphean? No, I don't think
This was on Jeopardy the other night, and I knew it. Are you? How much Greek mythology do you have in your brain?
I just know that they had like male concubines. That's all I remember.
What you remember is the male concubines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I remember.
Okay.
It appealed to him.
All right. Well, the myth of Sisyphus in Greek mythology was he was a deceiver, and he was killing people, and the gods had basically sentenced him to spend eternity pushing a giant rock up a hill.
Oh, God.
And then it would roll down, and he would have to push it back up. And so a Sisyphean task is usually just kind of shorthand for something that's really, really hard to do. You're always pushing a rock uphill.
Wow, okay. No, I don't remember that.
I like that phrase. It's very musical to me. But that's what it would be to get you voted best sports talker in an entirely different city.
Got it. Yeah, I'm sure we probably talked about that in Sisyphus in Humanities.
This is what I'm saying. That's why I wondered how much was in your brain.
But that class, again, that class was huge. It was like 500 people in that class. So, a lot of people were like playing on their phones and making card castles and stuff and card pyramids. So
in class. What do you mean card pyramids?
Like, where they stack the cards up and it makes a...
Like a house of cards?
Yes.
In class?
Yep.
So somebody's... or is this like a big auditorium class?
Yeah, it was a big lecture hall.
See, when I was in college, we didn't have those. The classes were like... a big class was like 30 people.
Really?
Yeah. So it was... We didn't have those big auditorium... Well, I should say... The classes I had were not in those big auditoriums. I thought you were talking about like a regular-sized classroom. There's somebody in there making card houses while somebody's giving a lecture.
The classes that everyone had to take, like humanities, that was a prerequisite for every major. So you had to take humanities. So those classes were like 300 to 500 people.
Right. And so there were people in there because they had to take them. They were like, I don't care about this.
Pretty much. But as soon as she got into, and the wives... When the wives would marry, they would shave their heads to look more like men. I was like, oh, really? I was like, I was born in the wrong time.
So every once in a while, you'd perk up.
Yep, every so
You'd
often.
hear something that really resonated with you.
They said it was better for a man to sleep with another man than to take a unmarried woman's virginity because then she's ruined for her husband. I was like, You know what? That is so right.
He's like, cosign.
That is so right.
Makes sense to me.
Leave these women alone. Don't you want another man that knows how to what you need? Another man knows what you need, how to make you feel good.
The professor's, I'm sorry, Mr. Brown, are you feeling ill? You're moaning a lot up there.
You're drooling all over the desk, sir. I'm going to need you to sit up, huh?
Do I need to get custodial services up to mop around your feet?
Yeah, and I looked around when the professor said that, and no one was really paying attention. I was like, did y'all not hear that? They was gay back in the day, but it wasn't called gay. It was just, doing bro stuff. And
it was
male
Grease.
Bonding.
It was Grease.
Soldier accompaniment. That's why I said if I was alive during those times, that's exactly what my position would be.
Soldier accompaniment.
I'm like, y'all not about to put me on this boat floating over to Troy.
That's why you got to wonder about Soldier Boy.
Got that brown star. You get the Purple Heart, you get the brown star.
Yeah.
All the awards. Look at his awards from Army.
So it always was surprising to me when people would just kind of listen. I wasn't immune to zoning out in a class, but people who were like just not paying attention at all, because it's like you're paying for this, and you never know what an interesting bit of information, even if it's not a class that you necessarily care about or need. There's always something you can learn, always something you can file away that might be, useful big picture.
That was not me. Not paying attention.
I know a lot of people weren't that.
I was like, I would. Of course, there's times where I don't pay attention. I feel like that's everyone. But to actively not pay attention, like people were playing, what is that game on the computer? Where
Leisure Suit Larry.
No, with the bricks. What is it called? Minecraft.
Yeah.
They would be playing Minecraft, or they'd be like, building House of Cards. Or,
you mean Tetris, or they're actually playing Minecraft?
No, it was like Minecraft. Yeah. They would have their headphones in, like they wouldn't care. So I'm sitting behind them.
And frankly, the prof doesn't care either, because he's like, hey, listen, if you're going to jerk off in this class, I don't care.
They would have like a teaching assistant usually. So I don't think I ever talked to that professor in that class. You usually communicated with a teaching assistant for those classes. But that's why my mom didn't want me to go to OSU, because she was like, you can't learn. I was like, oh, well, you didn't tell me what I would be learning. Yeah, I would learn a big humanities class with 1,000 people. I'm going to sit next to someone who I know I can learn with.
Alan, they are brainwashing kids on a much larger scale in college now as opposed to when you were in college. Granted, I'm not in school now, but I never understand what people mean when they say this. When they talk, you hear it primarily from right-wingers because they think that colleges are like extreme left. And granted, there's much more liberal thought on campus because that's when you're supposed to kind of be open-minded. And it has gotten crazy radical sometimes, but there's always been parts of that in college. Always parts of that. You didn't think we had crazy left-wingers in college 30 years ago? Or right-winger? I mean, I had a couple when I would take my con law classes, I had very conservative professors. Didn't bother me. Bothered some people. But to some degree, it's always been like that. The woke thing, that has, in a lot of places, gotten out of hand.
I'm so glad I got out of college before all this stuff started going down.
It's definitely like the terrain is different now, but when people talk about brainwashing, like, it's always to some degree. You're trying to learn stuff.
I think, but what they're saying is, I understand what they're saying. It's not like how there's a clip going around that we posted about, brainwashing, knowledge is a form of brainwashing. What I meant to say, the stuff that you learn, you only know the information that you read. So if you're given a certain amount of information, you can be educated on what you're taught, but that doesn't mean that you have everything in context.
Well, you're never going to know everything there is to know, but guess what? Campus libraries are massive buildings full of books and information, and you guys have the internet. We had to go to we had to get books and microfiche and all that crap. You guys could just tippity tap, there it is.
But that information could be skewed too. Like you think
all information can be skewed.
But that's what they mean when they say.
Well, no, you're proving my point.
Access to certain information.
But it's always been that way on campus. It was that way 30 years ago when I was going to college. It's that way now.
Sure.
You get out of it what you put into it. And yes, there's clips going around of, some girl putting on TikTok that her professor is like, Israel are murderers and Palestine. That's a whole other thing, right? And the concept of tenure really does liberate a lot of people who are in those tracks, those professors who were like, can't fire me, so they say whatever they want. But to some degree, there's always been that.
I mean, that's what
the difference
they talk
is
about
that
on House all the time.
The difference is that it's so exorbitant to go to college now.
I don't even remember.
That's what makes people angry. They're like, it costs so much. And if it hasn't advanced commensurate with what people are spending now. I mean, listen, when I went to college, it was not cheap. But college is really expensive now. And so, I mean, even like smaller, less prestigious schools, it costs a lot of money to go. So
yeah, it does.
I don't know. So my only point is, I take this person's point, but my only point is there's always been a part of that on campus where some people would, take something and fall in line, and other people were like, maybe not so much.
I don't remember what the big thing was when I was in school. I'm sure there was like some massive protest that going on campus or near campus. I don't remember.
We had protests all the time.
I never participated. I was there. Again, college is expensive. I knew how much money it cost there, so I was there to get my money's worth in food, a good time, and learn something. So I was not there to protest. Like there's probably people there trying to like, hey, do you want to come to this rally? Nope, I don't want to. What's that gonna do? No.
I mean, when I was in college, we were all peeing our pants because we thought we were going to get conscripted into the Gulf War. All the rumors go around. Anytime there's a war, and there always seems to be one, anytime there's a war, people in college, the rumors still going around that they're going to reinstate the draft, and it never does happen, but those always go around, and when I was in college, it was a Gulf War. So people were freaking out. But there's always some kind of protest. It seems more likely these days that maybe some of them will get shut down.
The protests that offered free pizza, I would go to those. Like, because sometimes they would, like, be protesting and then they'll toss like a pizza in a box like down the line. I was like, take my slice. I'll walk like to a certain point and then I'm like, ooh.
Hey, ho, pepperoni's got to go. Hey.
And then as soon as they would like go down a certain street, I would just take one big step out of line and then turn off. I'm like, oh yeah, I got class at like 3:15.
I got my
slice.
What
do we want? Extra cheese. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Extra cheese. When do we want it? Now.
Yeah,
I was not an active student in that way. I didn't get into any campus protests. I wasn't on any committees. I was a radio nerd. I partied, and that was about it. I got full use of my gold meal plan. Like, every time, they're like, why do you always have Rob's? I'm like, because I got a gold plan. I got an unlimited plan, so I'm going to get my money's worth. So as soon as it opened,
There
I
was
was there.
So there was nothing when you were in college that struck you as
Important enough to protest?
Right. It didn't resonate with you. There was no
No.
issue that resonated with you. As a black gay man, there was nothing that resonated with you to protest in college.
No, I didn't. It didn't sway me to go out and protest. I don't think there was. They would always have the abortion people out there with their loudspeaker, like, "Oh, abortion is evil," and like they would show like the dead fetuses as you're like walking on campus. But again, it did not faze me at all. I was just walking, dudes yelling at me like, "Oh, you sodomite!" I'm like, "Yep." Like I remember there was one friend of mine. He was bi, and he was like kissing his boyfriend in front of like the guys on the loudspeaker, and I was just like, "Oh wow. This is a fun day." Like, so, but even then I didn't feel compelled to like yell back. Why? Like, they didn't I'm not spending my money to go yell at some dude who thinks abortion's bad. Ain't got nothing to do with me. I ain't got no uterus, bruh. Ain't got nothing
And
to
you're not
do
going to
with
impregnate
me.
anyone either.
No.
I remember maybe my sophomore year, maybe beginning of my sophomore year, there was a huge protest at Tennessee State University, black students. And they were occupying campus buildings. They were locking themselves in. They were up on the roofs, whatever. And they were protesting conditions on campus. And back then, I don't recall, like now if you do that, like because all these local law enforcement agencies are so militarized, they're like, just send a tank in there or something. You know, they to call out the National Guard when you got some kids in a building protesting. So yeah, it is a different vibe. But there's always been an element of that.
Yeah, there's people that like to show out. Like, as soon as they see there's a protest, they're like, "Oh, there's cameras here. Let me act stupid." I'm like, I'm not going to act stupid. I'm not going to be in the background of somebody, reporting live from downtown, and then they, do the finger, effer right in the, like that was
Effer in the
popular.
P.
Yeah, that was popular when I was in school. I'm like, I'm not doing that. No, as a person of media, it's against everything I stand for to act like that when someone's trying to do their job. So no, I was not active in that way. I didn't even go to like the parades because I think WZIP used to like walk downtown for, I forget, a Christmas Day parade, and you would wear like you would be a gift. And I'm like, nope, not putting on a costume, not doing nothing. I'm gonna be in my dorm, not studying because it's my right. I paid for it.
Be us against them. Now it's us against us. Look, I've been here for 7 years, and I got to tell you guys, what's going on here is about America.
We're not gonna protest. Jeremy
placards
Piven
and everything.
in PCU.
Yeah.
We're not gonna protest.
What a fun movie.
Not gonna protest. Not gonna protest.
What a great, great movie. All those young actors, I mean, obviously they're 20 years older now, but like all those young actors that went on to big, big things.
Alan, they're 30 years older now.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
God, 93.
Yeah.
Piven, who had his old hairline.
Yep.
Spade, looked like he was 12 years old.
Still does, kind of.
Jake Busey.
John
Favreau.
Favreau.
Yeah, he was Gutter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who else was in it? Who was?
I mean, Jessica Walter. She was
Yeah.
one. She's dead now. She was one of the administrators
she was like the
in
dean
it
or something, right?
Yeah. All right, I'm going to break. I'll have more money for you. 4:30. Next keyword to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie. If you want to go see Alkaline Trio, they are on tour this spring, and I'll hook you up with a couple of tickets to see them at the Agora when we come back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
Every September, the biggest superstars from all genres of music converge on Las Vegas to play a festival that is like no other on the planet.
The iHeart
Moody, host of the new podcast Finding Matt Drudge. I'll be taking you on a journey to find the mysterious media mogul Matt Drudge, founder of The Drudge Report. Along the way, I'll talk to people who have worked with him, dined with him, and fought with him, taking listeners into private conversations, all in an attempt to get a better understanding of who Drudge is and what motivates him. Hopefully, he'll even sit down with us. Listen to Finding Matt Drudge on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh yeah! It's time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to go see the Alkaline Trio. What are the odds that a Chicago band would have such a soft spot for the Detroit Tigers? There it is. New album is called Blood, Hair, and Eyeballs. It's dropped on Friday. They're going to play March 8th at the world-famous Agora. That's a Friday night. Perfect. AgoraCleveland.com for all the details. Tickets here for you. Call 10-2 for Alkaline Trio. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
We now return to something barely worth your time. Already in progress.
The whole thing is f***ing pointless.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
You know, for some of us, the Talking Heads never really went away. But they have had a bit of a resurgence because of the 40th anniversary of Stop Making Sense, which was their concert film. The late Jonathan Demme directed it. It's considered one of the best concert films of all time. And so they premiered the documentary at the Toronto International Film Festival, and then they were putting it in some theaters around the country. One of my wife's favorite bands, I love them too. When David Byrne was doing American Utopia on Broadway a couple of winters ago, I took her for her birthday, splurged on some second row tickets, and it was, I'm not a theater guy, but it was one of those rare, genuinely transformative live performances. It was just unbelievable. And Live Nation, which I can never remember if they're affiliated with this company or not, but people get bought and sold, and I don't know. Live Nation offered the Talking Heads $80 million to reunite and tour, and they politely declined. I'm not surprised. I mean, for a long time, they didn't all get along. Well, the other three didn't like David Byrne because he had kind of turned the Talking Heads into the David Byrne Project. And by his own admission, as they've all gotten older and he's softened, he's like, yeah, I was a really hard person to get along with because I had a very specific idea of what I wanted the band to sound like. So I think since then, they've all kind of softened, or he has, and they've all kind of kissed and made up. They were all together at the Toronto Film Festival for the Stop Making Sense thing. And so the Talking Heads are one of those bands that have been like, that's the Mount Olympus for a lot of people of getting a band to reunite, especially given the fact that there was so much acrimony when they split up. So Live Nation flashed $80 million in front of these guys to reunite and go on a reunion tour. And they said, no.
No, thank you.
We're not going to do it. I mean, David Byrne's been doing his own thing for a long time. Jerry Harrison he's a big producer. You know, he's produced a lot of great albums. He produced, albums from Live.
It's a good place to be where you can turn down $80 million.
Yeah.
Where you say, nah, I'm all right.
Tina Weymouth and Chris Franz have been married for a long time. I think they're still married. They were the married couple in the band. And so they said, we'll give you $80 million to do 6 or 8 festival gigs. So it wasn't even like they were going to be like in Des Moines, Iowa on a Tuesday and Coeur d'Alene, Idaho on a Friday. You know what I mean? Playing a local theater. They're like, we'll give you 80. Now, granted, $80 million, you got to cover everything. You know,
Oh.
It's not like they each pocket $20 million.
Right.
But it's a lot of money. But it
to
is
put together a pretty good tour.
Yeah, it is nice
And
to
then the
be in
t-shirts.
that situation. The merch alone.
Mm-hmm.
They were uninterested aside from the offer, I guess. They were uninterested in appearing at Coachella. The guy who puts Coachella together went up to talk to them when they were in Toronto last fall and kind of, pick their brains, get a vibe check on them. And he was like, I did not get the sense that there was any desire to go back out. I mean, they are all a lot older. They're all 70. I mean, how old is David Byrne? David Byrne is 71 years old. And he's doing his own thing. So Coachella reportedly offered them $10 million just to do that. And that would just be money for them because you might have like your own little crew, but you're not paying a road crew. Because there's a house crew for a festival. But that's a lot of money. And, they are one of those bands where people are like, when they ask people, what's a long time broken up band that you'd love to see reunite? Talking Heads are always top 5. Paramore released a cover of Burning Down the House today, somebody said. Again, I think that's
innovative.
What's that?
They're so innovative. I love them.
Well, no, I don't think it's innovation. It's if you're a band and you're a fan of another band, you go, we love this
It's
song.
fun to
and
do
it's
a
fun
cover.
to do.
Yeah. Let's hear it. I want to hear it.
All right, hold on. Those of you listening on the podcast won't hear it, but Well, this is a full-on tribute to the Talking Heads. So this is just one track from it.
Watch out. You might get what you have to. Cool babies. Stays but not a stranger. I'm an ordinary guy. Burning down the house.
See, I think they're smart to not mess with it.
Yeah, they're just doing
Just do a cover.
Tribute, yeah.
Do a cover. Yeah. Well, good for them. Yeah, Tina Weymouth and Chris Franz are 73 and 72, respectively. So they're all, around 70. I was thinking of Poundcake, too, because in his quest, I don't know if it rises to, let me give away this music for money, rather. And I'll start right back there. This is $1,000, your second to last chance to win today, the grand from the Buzzard bookie. So I hope you do. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bonus. That's bonus. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
I don't know if it rises to the level of a quest, but Poundcake's attempts, meager as they might be, to find another job. I couldn't help but think of him. Chipotle is doing a massive hiring blitz because it's burrito season. You know how they'll hire seasonal help at department stores around Christmas?
Well, I mean, a lot of people start, a mommy burrito and daddy burrito. They fall in love around Thanksgiving,
It's
and then the
cuffing
gestation
season.
period
Yeah.
is about this long. So then you get all these baby burritos born in February and March.
Oh, so the burrito gestation period is far less than a human baby.
Of course.
You're talking 3-4 months. Okay,
Yeah,
I just wasn't clear. I knew it wasn't as long. I didn't know how short it was.
Yeah.
See, that's valuable information. You're not going to learn that on campus.
Nope. You have to come to the Alan Cox Show to get brainwashed with that nonsense.
Mom, I learned about burrito gestation periods today. And you get smacked.
Well, were the burritos married? I want them to be good Christian burritos.
Long as it wasn't a burrito and a taco.
Have you watched Ted, the series?
No, I keep trying to scoot my wife over to it, and she's just not feeling it.
The lady that plays the mom is so freaking funny.
Oh, Alana Ubach.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's my buddy's ex-girlfriend.
She was in Waiting back in the day. And
That's where I met her. They were both in that movie.
She was she's so funny in that series.
Yeah.
She kills me.
She does a lot of cartoon voices, too. She's good.
The cast on that show is great. The guy that plays the dad, too, Maddie, he's great. It's a good show. I laughed my ass off watching that show. It's stupid, but it's funny.
Yeah, I think I just need to dive in and start watching it. Yeah. Anyway, Chipotle says they're going to hire 19,000 employees ahead of a busy burrito season. I didn't even know that was a thing.
Busy burrito season.
Now, obviously, as in any seasonal work,
as people start giving up on their New Year's resolution,
right,
burritos come back into focus.
Plus, these are people who will each be fired immediately as soon as burrito season is over, so God knows how long that is. But
I wonder, again, people who work there, I understand that you get sick of the food. Like, I remember my stepsister used to work at McDonald's, and she said she never used to work at McDonald's because she could eat there all the time if she wanted to. Do people feel like that, like if they ate Chipotle before they became an employee of Chipotle, and now that they work there, do they still eat the food all the time? Do they love it just the same now that they're an employee, or are they sick of it? Because I feel like I would never.
I don't know.
I have already.
I don't know that anybody gets sick of free food.
Who says it's free? They probably.
They probably give you.
You might get a shift meal.
Yeah, like a lunch.
I was gonna say. I remember when I was making smoothies and crepes. They were like, your food is 50% off, like, and we think that's generous. And I was like, oh, 50% off, okay. But it wasn't.
That's pretty cheap.
I never worked for any place that gave you free food. Now, if you,
I think a lot of places do. You get like Bill said, you get a shift meal.
Chipotle workers, check in.
Right, let us know.
So, sometimes you have to work a certain amount of hours to get it, but like if you work 6 hours or 8 hours.
They'll give you just enough hours to not get the free food.
You worked an hour, that's not even worth one of our burritos now. Our prices have gone up.
So they say that their busiest period is from March to May, and they call it burrito season. And they're going to be hiring 19,000 more crew members company-wide. And they're also instituting an employee assistance program that offers mental health counseling and financial wellness benefits, like student debt. You get any of your student debt?
Mine's all taken care of.
No, but Poundcake, you getting any of yours
forgiven,
relieved or whatever? Yeah.
No,
I keep seeing waves of.
I keep hearing that, but as far as I know, I feel like that would be something that they would tell you, right? Because I keep getting like, mine's. I don't have to pay on mine till 2025, but if it was forgiven, wouldn't they let me know? Because they have all my information. So I can't, I don't believe it. Anyway, I think that's all just like political stuff. I think this is all happening right around the time of the election, so people think that the people in power are doing something. I don't know anyone who got all of their debt wiped out, except for, what's his name, on the boat. He's the only person I know, but he was older.
Oh, Chet.
Chet, yeah. He got his debt wiped out, but I don't know anybody my age, because everyone I know, I think I have the least amount. I only owe $30,000. So I think they would be the last to, relieve mine. I know I have friends that have hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt.
Alan, the burrito gestation period is more like 6 to 12 hours, although it can be much shorter depending on
that's
how much
that's
hot
just
sauce
poop.
I used.
We're talking about burrito babies, not just pooping them.
Burrito baby, you drive me crazy. Yeah, he's talking about an individual situation. Alan, I worked at Chipotle for 2 years. I didn't grocery shop once during that time. Wow. I worked at Chipotle, ate it free every day. By the time I was done working there, it took me 2 years to eat it again.
That's what I'm saying. And is he like 500 pounds?
Well, they didn't tell me that.
Well, I
probably not. It's just because you eat it every day doesn't mean you eat the most. Like,
especially if that's all you're eating that day.
Yeah, if you just have one burrito a day, or you have, a reasonable amount of food.
A few more burrito seasons, and there won't be brown or white rice. We'll have beautiful beige-colored rice.
There we go.
Yeah. Alan, I worked at Taco Bell for 3 years and never got sick of the food. How could you?
Wow.
Oh, that's the dream. When it's all over for me in
Taco Bell.
Yeah, when it's all over for me in showbiz, I think I'm gonna go work for Taco Bell.
Start working there now.
And you get Baja Blast for free.
No, I gotta get off that.
Why?
I haven't had Baja Blast in quite a while.
Step your weight up. It's
It's
Baja Blast.
it's so good, but it's the devil's sweat. I can't stay on that stuff. Come on, man. I gotta be a functioning member of society here.
Poundcake, would you work at Taco Bell?
I would work at Taco Bell, Chipotle. Beggars can't be choosers right now. But I would prefer Chipotle.
Well, that one on 117th is always hiring. You're going to take your life into your own hands. But it's worth it. If you can start sliding me burritos for free, it's worth it to have a hookup.
Got your life. I didn't realize.
Poundcake died doing what he loved. Stealing burritos.
Are all the Chipotles open till 11 p.m.? Because I just.
Or later.
Nothing needs to be open till 11 p.m. I love Chipotle, but God bless those
No,
workers.
the one near me closes at like 9, I think.
The one.
117th open till 11.
It's till 11. I say, I know y'all don't need to be open till 11.
They don't need to be open till 11, and I guarantee if you go in there at 9, they're like, we're out of everything. Beat it.
Yeah, the latest I've gone, I think I went at like 9:45, and it was so weird because I felt like they were about to close, but I know that they're open till 11. So they had all the chairs up, and it's no dine in. But they gave me this stare like, really, bruh? I'm like sorry, I'm just getting off a little late.
Because what do they say when they're out of everything?
We out of that. On your ball.
On your ball.
They're so frustrated. On your ball, and then they just take the little thing like, don't just slam my bowl down and spill my rice everywhere. Like, have some class.
On your bowl.
Your ball. But yeah, no Chipotle needs to be open till 11. But I appreciate the effort.
Well, they're hiring a bunch of people, so look into it. If you want to go to a Cleveland Monsters game, I got 4 tickets for you. They're playing the Charlotte Checkers over at the Romo Fijo. Maybe you're one of those people that say, basketball? Nah. Football? Feh. I want to go to a hockey game. Well, I'll hook you up after the break. And if you want to text for anything else, 35192, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on
with the parts you need for the prices you want. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, it's guaranteed to fit your ride the first time, every time, or your money back. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Alan is giving some stuff away.
Hey, want to go see your Cleveland Monsters? Get some hockey under your belt. Cold steel on ice. Monsters are playing the Charlotte Checkers. And it's Saturday, February the 10th. That is 1 week from this Saturday. Over at the Romo Fijo, you can go to clevelandmonsters.com for any and all info on their upcoming schedule. Taking some hockey right downtown. Monsters Checkers on the 10th. 4 tickets for you. If you're caller 10, good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Studies show that listening to classical music can temporarily raise your IQ.
I feel pretty smart.
If you're looking for the opposite effect, just stay tuned.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Meth, heroin, cocaine, and fentanyl. 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 Cocaine.
You want to talk about, by the way, if you are a cocaine addict,
cocaine.
Things might get a little tough for you in the immediate future because there was a record cocaine bust in Ecuador. Did you see the story on this?
I did not.
It was supposed to. They found it packaged and labeled with the airlines that they were supposed to go to.
Ooh.
So they were supposed to go to Iberia, KLM, which I think is the Dutch airline, Qatar, and a couple of other airlines I'd never heard of. Global airlines, international carriers. Police in Ecuador seized 22 tons of cocaine. It was $1 billion bust. They said there were 6 different logos that made it clear what the destinations were. They found them buried in a pig farm out in the middle of nowhere in Ecuador. 733 packages that totaled 22 tons of cocaine. They also found guns and ammo on the pig farm. It was part of a 6-month surveillance operation. 150 Ecuadorian soldiers dug underground to locate 10 tons of drugs and another 12 tons of cocaine that they found in the sewers on the property. So street value being what it is, they said is about $1.1 billion. You're going to notice when that's missing. So, if you're a cocaine, you don't even have to be an addict. Let's just say you're a fan. Let's just say that coke scratches you where you itch. Some of that was surely destined for the United States. And so, thus far, authorities in Ecuador have seized 36 tons of cocaine. They believe it belonged to the Fatales gang, a faction of the Choneros, one of the largest criminal organizations in Ecuador. Boy, you don't want your face on the news if you're one of the soldiers who these guys have helmets on and goggles and their faces are covered. It's like a Proud Boys march. Except they're doing good things here, I guess, depending on how you see. Is anybody watching Griselda? We just finished Griselda.
I started watching it last night. It's insane.
It's entertaining, man. I mean,
what is Griselda?
Griselda Blanco. They've done a million fictionalized versions of her. She was this huge cocaine runner in Miami.
Oh,
in
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah,
80s.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
They did one with Catherine Zeta-Jones some years ago where they just had her gain a little weight and put no
Was
makeup.
that Animals?
No, it
What
was
was that
called Cocaine Cowgirl or something.
Okay.
Every time there's a Cocaine Cowboys documentary, Griselda Blanco, this one is Sofia Vergara. And she's under some prosthetics. They kind of give her buck teeth and they give her a nose. And, you know, the real life Griselda Blanco, if you dig into that story, was not even remotely as good looking as, I guess when she was real young, she was. But she didn't really look like Sofia Vergara. But it's a very entertaining fictionalized version of this. And she's one of the producers, and she put the whole thing together. You got to watch it with subtitles because it's like 90% in Spanish. But it's a very entertaining take on it.
She said she wanted to have she wanted all the cocaine in Miami to run through her.
Yes.
And she
basically murdered anybody who got in her way. And yeah,
Ruthless.
the story is wild.
Even though
her boys all got killed, she ended up getting deported back to Colombia when she was in her 60s, and she got assassinated outside a bakery. And so somebody was really biding their time. She did some.
She's still in prison.
No.
Griselda? I just looked her up. She's still in prison.
No, she's dead. No, she did about 7 years in prison, and they let her out to tell her that her boys had all been killed.
Oh, so all of her kids are dead too.
Well, she had a little boy with her bodyguard, and that kid, I think he got into some trouble, but I think he's still alive.
And that's what really
but
makes
her three older boys.
I looked.
No, she was killed like over 10 years ago.
When you Google her, it just says born. It doesn't say, you have to go to the actual Wikipedia page to see when she died. But she died at 69 in prison. Yeah, in prison though.
No, on the street.
Oh.
She was with her daughter-in-law, and that's why somebody bided their time, boy. Because she was back in Colombia, which is where she was from, back in Medellin, and she's walking out of a bakery. She's a 69-year-old lady, and guys drove by, pop, 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 pop.
And that's the thing, though.
Took her out in the street.
What did she think? Like, as I was watching the show, I'm like, okay, I understand you're ruthless, but there's not a point in which you can go back. Like, the guy wanted to, and I'm spoiler alert, but, like, the story's been told. Like, the guy wanted to, like, buy her out, and she was like, no. And I'm like, there's no buying out. There's no turning back because it's not like you can unsell all the drugs. Like, you've killed people. You got bodies on you. You're not just going to retire and go away. You will have a target on the back for the rest of your life.
It's like these mob bosses in the U.S. who die in their bed at 93. At some point, you think.
No. Especially her, because she was one of a kind.
Right, but 69 is a hell of a lot longer than anybody thought she was going to be alive.
That's a good run.
That's a good run. And you're out of the game. You're an oldish lady.
But you pretty much.
She looked a hell of a lot older than 69 years old.
But you sell your kids' souls. Like, they have a target on it. Like, if they can't get to you, if they can't kill you, they'll kill your son as revenge.
Well, that's what happened.
That's how they do.
Her three older sons. So she did about 8 years in prison. I think Miami PD finally got her. Or she got, I mean, again, none of this is a spoiler because if you know the story at all. But this version on Netflix with Sofia Vergara is very good. It's very entertaining. A lot of chopped off heads on that show. But speaking of which, did you read the story about the kid? It's like a 30-year-old guy in Philly? Have you seen this story about the dude in Philly who chopped his dad's head off on YouTube?
Yeah, wow.
What?
Yes.
This dude who's clearly out of his gourd. He's built himself up into like this amazing life, but he's clearly just like a mental case in his basement. He's 32. He's living with his dad. He cuts his dad's head off. He's got music all over Spotify. He's like, I have 6 books published. They're all self-published on Amazon. Justin Moan is the guy's name. Moan. All over social media, he's like, I'm a musician, I'm a producer, I've written all these books. Of course, he also called himself the acting president of the United States and probably the Messiah. This is outside Philly. He's living with his dad, so he's got nothing going on. His dad was 68 years old. His dad was like a government contractor or something, and he's on YouTube telling people, and supposedly he held up a bag with his dad's head in it on YouTube, and the mom comes back and calls the cops, says my husband's decapitated in the bathroom.
It's so crazy.
My father. He is now in hell for eternity as a traitor to his country. It is said that those who commit treason and betray others occupy the lowest pits of hell for all time.
Right. I would think chopping your dad's head off would
also, get you to hell.
That's kind of a betrayal. He used a machete and a large kitchen knife, which they both found in the bathtub, and they recovered his dad's head wrapped in plastic in a large cooking pot. He splits. They find him about 90 minutes away in central Pennsylvania, and they take him into custody. And so this guy, but if you find the story, this dude where he's got these self-produced, I got a bunch of his music if you want to hear it. It's just god-awful. There's nothing great here. His bio, it says he has 5 monthly listeners. He was just putting out terrible bedroom pop, I guess. Cold War Waste Town. Here's one of his songs.
This city is broken down. The globalists are all around. Who owns this place? Not Americans. It's in our face.
So anyway, yeah. Globalists. Now, unlike Alex Jones, he doesn't come down on goblins. Just the globalists.
Just the globalists.
Yeah. He posted at
Globalists
14
So
14
globalists,
and a half.
no goblins. Undecided.
He's agnostic on goblins. 14 and a half minute rant against, wait for it, the federal government. And because his dad was a 20-year federal employee, apparently, he thought, but again, this guy's living at home. He has a song called Momunist the Communist. He doesn't like his mom.
Don't move your kids in.
Sounds like a lot of his politics are mom and dad based.
Yeah, of course. He's 32, living at home in suburban Philly.
Communist, you shot me in the head. I know I shot you, son. You should have listened what I said. If you don't live the life I want, you're sure to end up dead. But I don't want to live.
Anyway, great stuff from this guy. Whoa. He didn't admit to killing his father, but the authorities confirmed that it was his dad's head. His dad was a retired civil engineer with the Army Corps of Engineers. My dad was in the Army Corps of Engineers, so I take that personally. They do very, very good work.
Should have engineered a better child.
Jesus Christ.
Why people don't let your kids move back in with you
This kid never moved out.
I don't know that he ever moved out.
I don't think this kid ever moved out.
Kick them out after 18. If they don't go to college, then they on their own, because it's too dangerous. Think about your mental health. This is your time to live alone.
Yeah, he's just some friggin' weak-chinned white dude out in the suburbs and railing against everything on YouTube. The video, unfortunately, it took YouTube 6 hours to take it down. Here's one called Judge Kathy Toilet. I assume this is a judge that he probably ran into in some kind of litigation along the way.
I'm a little girly, girly, girly. I'm a little girly. I hate God. I will change the worldy, worldy, worldy. I will change the worldy with my job. This is a woman's world.
Right. Point of the song is that it's a woman's world and poor guys have no power at all. So it's another one of these it's everybody's fault kind of guys.
This music is mind control, because I really do want to kill people after hearing this. I want to commit murder.
So he's got a manifesto. He's got self-published books. He's got terrible CDs on Spotify. The one that got the most spins was called Wonky Honky. You have any interest in hearing Wonky Honky?
I mean, might as well. I don't like the...
Yeah, he's a wonky honky walking down the street. He looks like a junkie 'cause his arms touch his feet. And his pockets are clunky, but he ain't packing heat. Yeah, he's walking funky. In his head there's a beat. Is he a redneck? No. Is he white trash? No.
I mean, with a better mix and a better beat, this is just Jack Harlow.
Yes.
What is he? He's a wonky honky.
A Wonky Honky, yeah.
A wonky honky.
Oh, he changed it up. All right, now you got something.
Put that in rotation.
Yeah, he's a couple of bars away from being Lil Dicky.
A wonky honky.
Even though Lil Dicky's a genius. But anyway. So, yeah, that guy cut his dad's head off. And a frustrated, boy, you can't go right with these frustrated artists. Why am I not getting my due? So anyway, this guy said that, take your mental patient word jumble fridge magnets and throw them up there, and that's what this guy was talking about. Of course, his bio on Spotify said that he only wishes to bring positive change to the world. So his actions would seem to speak otherwise.
Dude, there's levels of everything. Like I said, levels to cheating, levels of disrespect.
Decapitating a parent is a very specific level.
But I'm saying you're a murderer. Like, he's going to go to a maximum security prison with a bunch of murderers. But they're like, I murdered this guy because, he was going to talk. Or I murdered someone because they disrespected me. There's like, what did you do? I murdered my father I beheaded my father with a sword. Everyone's like, ugh.
Well, he was a college he graduated from Penn State 10 years ago with a bachelor's degree in agribusiness management.
I don't even know what that is.
Well, it's not music.
You're probably hoping to work for ConAgra or something. Yeah, it ain't music. And of course, he complained that he couldn't find a satisfactory job. He claimed that he was always suing somebody for $10 million and whatever. So. Just one big, long list of grievances that everybody except himself. He did one called Justin Mon the Movie. I don't know if this was supposed to be his magnum opus or what.
He just woke up.
Oh, right. He had a book called Everyone is Stalking Me, like he believed people were following him or something.
He just woke up. Now he's eating breakfast. Now he's in his studio.
So, eventually sitting around the house.
Why couldn't he just be a crackhead? Like,
he moved to Colorado to take a full-time job at a credit union.
Oh, so he did move out for a little while.
He later worked for an insurance company, but
that's what I'm talking about.
None of that worked out for him. So I guess he moved back home with mom and dad.
Don't you be letting your kids move back in. Don't you be letting your kids move back in.
Well, a lot of people do that, and I'm sure his parents do out of the kindness of their heart.
Don't.
Like, of course we want to help.
You don't want to help.
His bio says he's a musician of 4 albums and an author of 6 books. His life story is unbelievable, and there may not be enough words to describe him, but one may begin to understand his complexity and experiences through his art. This is a guy with 5 monthly listeners.
5?
And so he was he's the Messiah, and this is, so again, religion, totally cool. But yeah, he's, so now they're dealing with this guy out there in Philly. But just looks like 100 other dudes, right? He just happened to post a YouTube video of him holding his dad's head up.
Just happened. I just happened to have my dad's head.
It just happened, yeah. His dad was a traitor because God knows. But gee, what a story.
Even Jeffrey Dahmer chopped up other people's heads. Like, he didn't do his dad. His dad was the only one that was loyal to him.
Well, it doesn't sound like this guy was looking to kill other people. It sounded like he raged out on his dad. He and his dad probably got into some argument.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we'll never know.
He said, son, you're weird. Get out of my house.
Yeah.
And he was like,
got a job. Get out.
I'm weird? You think I'm weird?
Oh, take traitor talk. That's treason.
Yeah.
You don't listen to my Spotify, Dad. You don't support me. That's why you think I'm weird. Like, no, I did listen to your Spotify. It's weird.
But he just looks like a regular suburban dude. Like, he's got siblings, got a hot sister.
What's his name?
He's Justin Mohn, M-O-H-N.
Let's see if he's cute.
The initial video got taken down, of course, on YouTube. But
Ugh.
he was always filing lawsuits against people. He said his parents were giving him about $540 a month. He was fired by Progressive Insurance.
He was getting an allowance? Oh, God.
He sued Progressive after he got fired for wrongful termination and sex discrimination against men. Because, of course.
Interesting.
He was hired as a customer service rep and then fired after he kicked open the facility's doors. So anyway, this is a guy who had a lot of problems, but of course it was everyone else's fault. And he had a bunch of self-published books on Amazon. The Revolution Leader's Survival Guide was one of them, because of course I guess he thought he was leading a revolution. Against what? I don't know.
The revolution will not be televised.
He was leading a revolution against listenable music. The mom found her husband's body and called the cops.
That sucks.
Yeah, it really does suck. She said that she'd last been home around 2 in the afternoon, and her son was the only person there with his father. And after that, the kid took his dad's car, and they got him about 100 miles away in central Pennsylvania.
So his mom snitched?
Snitched?
His mom is
Her
unloyal?
husband was just decapitated.
But it was by her son. That
by
makes
her
her
son.
disloyal.
She had a longer relationship with the husband than with the kid.
But her son is her blood. Her husband is not. He could divorce you tomorrow, and then what? Then you turned your son in for no reason?
If one of my kids killed my wife, we've had that conversation. You know, like, would you? Well, we watched. I forget what we were watching. It was a while ago. And Gwen was like, if one of your kids killed somebody, would you turn them in? I'm like, of course I would.
That's what you got.
I would not want to, but of course I would. You know what kind of rabbit hole you go down if you start covering up for your kids? Because I think it was around the time of the Gabby Petito thing. Remember they found out that the boy for Brian Laundrie, that his parents knew way more. They were helping him and he was calling him. That kind of stuff, you know. Would you cover for your kid? You can't. They did that. This guy's not 14 years old. He's 32. He keeps getting fired from jobs because he's a raging douchebag. So it was only a matter of time. I mean, I would have to think that in some part of her brain, this family would be like, well, thank God he just didn't do it to a stranger. This sucks and we're heartbroken, but thank God he didn't go out and just kill someone. But, Jesus. Keep an eye on your kid.
Don't let them move in with you. I'm sorry. I'm
hide your dad, hide your mom.
Don't let your little busted ass.
They're killing everybody out here. Hide your dad, hide your mom.
Little busted
hide
face,
your knives.
crusty eye kid. Don't let him move back in.
Yep. This underscores every cynical thought Poundcake's ever had about people. And today, you're right. Absolutely right. And frankly, just watch what kind of music your kid is making too, right? I mean, they're writing books about you're the Messiah, and because your music stinks. Should have worked harder on that. I'm going to break here. If you're trying to get tickets for that Rob Zombie show, they're not on sale until Friday. Rob Zombie and Alice Cooper with Ministry and Filter are coming through this summer to play Blossom. So I'll have those for you after the break. And then at 5:30, the last keyword of the day to grab you $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie.
Every September, the biggest superstars from all genres
Radio app has over 100 commercial-free stations waiting for you to explore right now, like Alt 2K.
Don't wanna be an American idiot.
A commercial-free look back to alternative from the 2000s. With Foo Fighters, Weezer, Linkin Park, Green Day, the Red Hot Chili Peppers, and more. Just open the free iHeartRadio app, search Alt 2K, and listen now. Try something new for 2024. iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio.
Free never sounded so good.
All right, they announced the 2024 Freaks on Parade Tour. Rob Zombie and Alice Cooper did some dates last year, and they're going back out. Rob Zombie and Alice Cooper co-headlining with special guest Ministry and Filter from Cleveland, Ohio. Love it. Filter just here for Buzzard Fest last summer. Wednesday, August 28th, out at Blossom. The tickets are not on sale until Friday morning at 10 a.m. LiveNation.com has the info. This pair for you, Rob Zombie, Alice Cooper, Ministry and Filter. Oof. I'll see you there. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Who needs broadcasting awards?
I like the sound of my own voice award.
When you've won World's Sexiest and 5 years in a row.
And the winner is
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Got a Poundcake sports break lined up. I didn't forget. Remembered it the whole time. I maintained my level of excitement. So we'll get to that in a bit. Right after I give you another $1,000, last keyword of the day for you to grab a grand from the Buzzard. Bookie is here in about 7 minutes, and then we'll get right into the Poundcake sports break. The Cavs play the Pistons tonight here at the Romo Fijo. They beat the Clippers. What's today? Wednesday? Beat them on Monday. 118-108 was the final there. And the Pistons are in town tonight. They have only won 6 times this season, so it's an opportunity to make it lucky number 7 with the Cavs. But if history is any guide, that probably won't be the case. But we'll see what happens tonight. Pistons, Cavs. 7 o'clock here on the Buzzard. We'll roll at 6:30, get your pregame going with Michael Snyder and the whole Hee-Haw gang. Alan, did Poundcake say that decapitated guy would divorce his wife? I don't know what he said. I don't know what he said.
He said the husband could divorce her tomorrow, but they're always going to be blood.
I see.
What does blood actually mean, though?
Well, it is thicker than water, according to some songs I've heard.
Right, but that's also a misquote anyway.
Is it?
Yeah.
Blood is thicker than what's the...
it's...
There's a longer quote, yeah?
Yeah, it's like the blood of the covenant is thicker than the... something like
that. Oh, that's biblical?
Blood of the covenant quote.
Blood is thicker than water. The blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb.
Yeah, so it means people who have shed blood together in the battlefield, blood of the covenant, have a stronger bond than familial ties, water of the womb.
I see. Well, then that's how we should start saying it. You go, you know what they say? The blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. And people go, what? They go, there's a shorter way to say that. And you'll just go, is there?
But it doesn't.
And they'll say, yeah. And you'll go,
same meaning.
Is there? Well, I guess at first glance, his point was he said the mom was a snitch.
Yes.
And you know how he hates snitches.
Because he doesn't want his mom to ever snitch on him when he does something terrible.
Yeah, but she wouldn't. His mom would not snitch on him. His mom would help him bury a body.
Well, that's...
I'm saying that when anytime I've ever been in that conversation, if you're watching a documentary or a movie and somebody goes, would you cover for your kid? I have said no. I love my children. I would murder another person to save them, but that's a different situation, you know. No, I don't mean that. I mean, if somebody was like you or your kids, obviously I'd say me, right? But if my kid was like, hey, I killed a guy, can you help me? I'd be like, no. So, Alan, you'd be surprised at how many people I know who never moved out. A lot of hard workers doing well financially. It's just their thing. And I said, yeah, that's a weird thing. And they're like, yeah, over here, but you go to Asia. Yeah, we're not in Asia. That's my point. They're completely different cultures. Yes, you'll have a lot of people living. There's a lot of Japanese guys who've lived with their family their whole lives.
There's a Middle Eastern thing, too, where you don't move out until you're actually married.
Right. But that's not what this culture is.
Right.
And I assume the people you know are not living in China. But maybe they are. The hell do I know? But, we haven't heard from Darnell in a long time. And that guy's music to me was slightly reminiscent of some of the stuff that Darnell has cranked out. Except he is A, blind, not chopping anybody's head off. B, largely confined to a wheelchair. C, he couldn't be nicer, right? He was trying to make ice cream-centric music. Like, that's where his head is when he gets into a creative space. He's like, he sent us some ice cream song years ago. Love for All Seasons, right? Mm-hmm. I hope the guy's okay.
This song is called A Love for All Seasons.
Nobody's going to chop a head off if they're cranking out bangers like this. And yes, it's derivative and it's, but who cares? It's too good. I mean, there's no eating my beans in there, but.
Yeah, but without A Love for All Seasons, we're not getting Mercedes-Benz eating my beans.
That's right. Yeah, so I don't know, but that's a wild story.
You got to give the studio one, and then you get to make one for yourself.
Is that what it is?
That's what he did, yeah.
One for the people, one for just me. I see. So I don't know what comes from that story, but it was definitely not only locally there in Philadelphia was it the lead story, but as it develops, as you get, and again, I don't know that it's going to get weirder and weirder because in many ways it follows an all too predictable pattern of a dude who blames everybody else for his problems, because he ain't right in the head. And so you can't develop relationships with people. You're angry all the time. Because it sounds like he's a dude, went to college, got a degree, very expensive, and is mad that he can't find a job or mad that he can't keep a job, right? So he's in the same boat as millions of other people who aren't decapitating their parents. I'm always curious, though, how that mindset always, you can set your goddamn watch by it. You can mark it off your calendar. Always devolves into, the government. I'm God. Like how it always goes that way. It's never like, now granted, I mean, if you're not of your rational mind, then you can't blame somebody for not coming to more positive conclusions, but it's always that. People who are pissed, and they go, well, whose fault is it? It's the government. Okay. Either the government is a bunch of clowns who can't do anything, or they're the masterminds of the plan. You can't have it both ways, though.
Yes.
They're not
You're
both.
It is both. It has to be both.
Right.
They can't do anything, but they do everything. That's how they're able to throw you off, is that they're so bumbling and dumb that it also is why they, it's like the drunken master style.
All right.
They act like they're inept, but they're actually pulling all the strings.
Yeah. So I don't know if that's a situation where you spend the rest of your life in prison. That sounds like a situation where they look for the death penalty, Hey, we got these nitrogen tanks. We're just itching to open up. Let me give you this money, then we'll get to the Poundcake Sports Break. You ready to do it, Cody?
I am.
It's your last chance today to win $1,000, so good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie. and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bank. That's bank. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Play ball!
This is a Poundcake Sports Break.
In the headlines today, Atlanta fans know how to say it with their chest. That's exactly what they did at last night's Lakers versus Hawks game when D'Angelo Russell was set to make a free throw after being fouled. I will say, before we play the clip, apparently rumors have been swirling that the Hawks are set to trade DeJounte Murray for Russell. So with that knowledge, check out the clip here.
Am I switching it on the thing? You just drag it up, yeah. Okay, hold on, Cody.
That's fine. I'll watch it in delay anyways.
All right. Well, they don't want him.
Bullying, right? But ouch, that hurts. But the fans have spoken. Will it do any good? Who knows? The trade deadline for the Lakers is February 8th, so I'll keep you posted. But I can imagine that if D'Lo goes to hot Atlanta, he won't be exactly welcomed with open arms, so no Southern hospitality there. Also, Eminem proves that he's a stand for the Detroit Lions. The real Slim Shady was not afraid to take a stand against the 49er fans, and he even flipped the bird toward a few who called him a big meanie, or a big weenie rather, at the game. And we have a clip here. Ooh, it looks like Eminem was just about to lose it. But unfortunately for the Lions, Mr. Rap God couldn't be their Superman because the Lions ended up losing to the Niners 34-31. So they choked. They lost their way to the Super Bowl. Come on, they only had one shot, one opportunity. Mom Spaghetti, remember? Now you can call him Grim Shady. And lastly, it pains me to report this story. I hate marriage drama and families being ripped apart. But
he loves it.
He loves it so much. He can't even handle it.
Shut up! You're interrupting my sports break. But with that being said, if there ever were a guy to report on, this would be the guy. His name is Kyle Walker, and he's a soccer player in England, and he's apologizing for knocking up his side piece. Wait, again? Yes, you heard that right. Let's go to the clip.
Days in this ordeal where I've just wanted to curl up in a ball. I feel that now is the right time. I feel that my family, the children have been put through enough, and there's questions that need to be, answered within, my private life. I've had a second child, and, hurting my best friend. That's something that I need to probably find within myself, that why I've done this and why situations have occurred.
Well, it occurred because he was slinging that D. That's what happened. Getting your side piece pregnant for the second time is not cheating respectfully, Kyle. Not respectful at all. Now, for context, Kyle has 2 children already close in age. One by his wife and one by his side piece. Now he's expecting his 3rd child with his wife and a 4th by his side piece. Again. So we in the community have a term for children close in age with the same father but different mothers. It's called hood twins. And as for Kyle, we have a term for him too. It's called trifling. All right? And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes this Poundcake Sports Break.
Sports. Love it. I like how he's like, I need to figure out why these situations occurred. These situations occurred. It's the most, when those dudes are in that situation, they do it something publicly, make a statement.
He makes Tristan Thompson look like a regular old good guy.
Yeah, he does.
He was planning on not telling his wife. He thought he had enough money and enough clout to live 2 separate lives and not have his wife know about the new baby mom, the side piece.
You can't do that in this day and age.
I mean,
But that's how revered those footballers are too,
can.
where they're like kind of they can stay in a bubble.
Yeah, and I think he pissed off the wrong person. He ain't got enough clout for that yet, or it's probably a lot of money to keep it quiet.
So how did that get blown up?
I don't know.
Ah.
I don't know.
Because it's also usually...
Is it the same side piece?
Yes.
It's also very rare that they
figure
would
out how
sit
this
down and
happened.
make a public statement.
He looks like he slings good D, too. Like, he looks like the type of guy that cheats. Like,
but he looks like a regular dude.
No,
like,
he doesn't.
This is what I'm saying. That's how revered those soccer players are over there. This guy, he's got like male pattern baldness, and he looks like 1,000 other dudes, and he's got this hot piece of ass at home.
They're both
and
hot.
That's what I'm saying.
Nah, man. Nah, he looks like he gives it good. The fact that his wife stayed, it should go to the show. The fact that his wife stayed after him messing around and having a baby with the side piece, she stayed because she was like, it's these
That
too good.
guy.
The money.
Look at that guy.
Kyle Walker?
Yes, he looks like 1,000 other douchebags
bruh.
walking around. All right, well, I'll take your word for it.
And I guarantee you,
Your radar is better than mine.
as I read in the story, his wife is mad at him, but they have not filed for divorce. Like she's not talking to him. I think they moved out or whatever. But she gonna stay.
Well, he's paying the bills.
But so what?
Yeah, but she's gonna get the money.
alimony.
No, I understand, but that's a long way to go for
Wait,
that.
if she moved out and everything, I think it's headed towards divorce. She's just
Nah, she ain't going nowhere.
But then he's stuck with the other girl.
You're not stuck with anybody. You have a kid. You're bonded for life regardless. And I think that's probably, again, I'm trying to think of my ratchet mindset. If I was a dude, do I want to get somebody else pregnant if I'm going to cheat? Or do I get the same woman I got pregnant when I cheated the first time? I would probably go, I know how she is as a mother. Like, I know that
He
my
must
kid will
really
still be
dig
okay.
the other one because guys over here are putting it in. They got 9 kids with 9 women. This guy, he keeps going back to the same chick.
he's old fashioned.
I really like knocking both of you up.
That's what I'm saying. It's not the same over there in England because how long was Arnold Schwarzenegger able to keep his secret child with the maid? Years, right? It was a teenager before he was a teenager before we found out that was Arnold's son.
Yeah, but it was like it was a poorly kept secret. I think there's a lot of people like when that kid came out, they're like, this kid looks a lot like Arnold.
But when the kid came out, but
it's also not in the age of social media either.
That it was talked about on Wendy Williams. That's when we found out everything happened. That guy over there.
Yeah, no, but when he was a little kid was not the social media age.
Oh, well, yeah, maybe. But,
When Poundcake said that guy was slanging that D, Kyle Walker's a defender, so he does, in fact, slang that D in more ways than one. Well, yeah, these soccer dudes, footballers, got knocked up by a footballer.
I almost got pregnant reading that story because I know it. The fact that he was bouncing 2 chicks, get them both knocked up. She was like, "Oh, you gonna give your wife a baby and not gonna give me
It's
another
just
one?"
so much work. And then you got to explain it to the kids like more than once as they get older because little kids don't remember anything
This is your hood
when they're
twin.
little, and then you got to
Yeah.
tell them again. And yeah.
You can just send them links after a while and just be like, hey, here's the story. Here's the story about how you got your little brother and your other half brother.
That is one blended family. Well, maybe they'll go the Will and Jada route. You know, maybe they'll, I don't know. We'll be together forever, just not in the same house.
Nah, she gonna take him back. You got to. You stayed once. It's just another kid. Like, it's not like he ain't got money. It's
Well,
not
it's
like
a fool me once situation, too.
Nah, you gotta stay.
Number 2, she might be, all right, homie, we did all the screaming and crying before, and you couldn't keep it together, so it's a wild story.
I ain't see a nan not a tear in that whole interview. He was like, I'm very disgusted with it. Like, I need you to make it seem like put some onions in the room or something. I need to see a tear. You ain't sorry unless I see a tear. I need to see a man cry. No one wants to see a man cry.
But you do.
To make it believable, yes.
You want onions in the room. He should have fresh chopped onions in his lap, so it's wafting up into his face. Put a little glycerin drops in his eyes.
Stunts like that ain't nothing but a smoke screen anyway. Like, so might as well make it convincing. Cry.
All right, well.
I need to see that lip quiver.
Forward your public relations questions to Poundcake. care of the Alan Cox Show. I've got to take a break here. If you want to send a text for anything, 35192. You can listen wherever you are on the iHeart Radio app, and we'll be back.
There are many harsh lessons to be learned from the gambling experience. And when you play with the Buzzard Bookie, you won't learn any of them. There's 9 chances a day every weekday to win $1,000. You can be a complete degenerate and listen all day, get an earful of MMS, and maybe a pocket full of cash. You can't lose with the Buzzard Bookie, only on 100.7 WMMS.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Hey guys, it's Mary. I am determined to stick to my resolution of getting my diet right, and Chipotle's new lifestyle bowls are making that so easy. I'm focused on macros, so the Chipotle Balanced Macros Bowl helps me to hit all of my goals with a perfect mix of protein, fat, and carbs.
1-800-348-1007.
Our friend Bridget Linton is going to be sitting in tomorrow. Mary's out the rest of the week. Got the U-Haul packed.
Oh, Bridgie Lintz.
Moving to Astoria. So Bridget will be in here. I don't think we've had her on since the Cavs opening day show, have we?
I don't think so, no.
She was
had
with
a lot
us
of Mary.
She was with us there at the Romo Fijo for that, but we haven't had her here since. So she will join us tomorrow. First day of February. Cavaliers play tonight, 7 o'clock's the tip-off right around the corner at the Romo Fijo against the Detroit Pistons, who are not having much fun this season. Maybe they'll get one over on the Cavaliers, but I doubt it, boy. Those Cavs are murdering right now. And I don't think you're going to get one over on those guys. So 7 o'clock tonight on MMS. How about your Los Angeles Chargers and that Jimmy Harbaugh? Holy camole. You know, they're making a big deal about Jim Harbaugh after the University of Michigan, the Wolverines take the national championship, and they go, oh, this guy can write his own ticket. And U of M was throwing him a giant bag of money. And they were like, how is he going to turn that down? Well, the Chargers threw him a bigger bag of money. And when they announced that he was, in fact, leaving and taking some key members of the coaching staff with him to L.A., and I have to remind myself, Chargers are no longer in San Diego. It's a big, big deal now because you'd rather be in Los Angeles than San Diego. With no disrespect to our bureau chiefs in San Diego, you would just rather be in L.A. than San Diego. And so they threw him a giant bag of money, and Michigan was ready to make him the highest paid coach of all time. They were going to pay him $12.5 million a year for like 10 years. And the Chargers said, how about we give you $16 million a year for 5 years? And so that's his deal with the San Diego Chargers. Now, God bless Jim Harbaugh. But he ain't going to be there for 5 years. But he's going to get paid for 5 years. And the rep on the Chargers is that they were cheap. So the timing was probably perfect to have him and prove that they're not. You know, it's a town with 2 football teams that kind of doesn't care about football. But a big move for them. So they're going to pay him $16 million a year. And again, it doesn't matter if you sign for 10 or sign for 5. You're going to be gone. And you're going to make that money. He will be the second highest paid coach in the NFL. Sean Payton makes $18 million a year. He's coaching the other LA team. Yeah? Sean Payton's coaching the Rams.
No.
Saints.
No. He was the Saints coach.
Sean Payton is coaching
Come on. It's in the AFC West.
He's coaching the... Who's the coach of the Rams? I thought he was coaching the Rams. Oh, another Sean.
Mm-hmm.
Sean Payton is coaching the... I don't know. It's not coming to me. Who?
Broncos.
The Denver Broncos. $18 million a year is what he's making. So, our own Bill Squire, who is a lifelong Chargers fan.
No.
I'm sorry?
Just 2 years.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Check my notes here.
Yeah.
I've been misinformed. I'm sorry. Let me look. Yeah, Bill Squire, Chargers fan since 1981. What, I thought you went back to the San Diego days with them.
Unfortunately, no.
So not a Chargers fan since birth is what you're saying. Oh, all right. Well, listen, I like to learn new things all the time. But you're a big Kellen Winslow fan.
I mean, I prefer the dad over the junior.
Yeah, okay.
The junior's not great.
Junior Seau?
No, Junior Kellen Winslow Jr.
Ah,
who was
right.
The rapist, the convicted rapist.
That's no good. Despite what some people think in this country, convicted rapist is not good. So you didn't have Dan Fouts posters on your wall then when you were a kid?
No.
All right. I mean, I did just because he was handsome. But that's just me. Remember a guy named Rajon Rondo? He played for the Cavaliers for a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
He's gotten himself into some more trouble. Rajon Rondo, we had him on the Bulls a couple of years before he came to Cleveland. This is just a dude who went team to team to team. He played for a ton of teams for like one season a pop, and he got pulled over by the Indiana Stadies. You know, I used to make the trip a lot because my older kids grew up in Michigan. So I was always driving either to Michigan or to Illinois to see my family. And when you make that trip from either here or when I lived in Pittsburgh, you make that trip on the turnpike to Illinois, you're in Indiana for maybe 25 minutes. But if I was ever going to get stopped, I knew it was going to be in Indiana. Because those Indiana state troopers it's just lousy with them on that stretch of the turnpike. So they pick up Rajon Rondo on gun and drug charges. The dude's not even 40 yet. And he's always in some kind of trouble. They pulled him over.
He wasn't like getting into trouble when he was in the league, but then,
I thought he was.
Then towards the end of his career, he got into like a domestic abuse thing and then got cut and then never really got back in the league. But I don't think he had any I don't remember any big problems. Like he would kind of beef with players a little bit, but not off the court stuff.
He let out his inner.
I remember.
He let out his inner Delonte West.
Mm. You don't go down that road. Also, I saw this story on social media, and they used him in a Cavs uniform, and it's like he played for the Celtics for 10 years or something, and you put him in, he was on the Cavs for like a half a season.
Yeah, every other team he was on for
come on.
one. Yeah, right. Every picture I saw, he was in a Cavs jersey. I'm like, he got drafted by
the Celtics.
No. They traded him immediately to the Celtics. He got drafted by, I don't remember who, but they immediately traded him to the Celtics, I think. And yeah, he was there for a while, right? And then he just went city to city to city. But they was in Louisville, or I don't know what was going on. That's where he went to high school. I don't know if he still lives there, but the Phoenix Suns are who grabbed him.
Oh, okay.
He was first round. Went to the Suns. They immediately dealt him to the Celtics.
Okay,
yeah. Thank you, whoever sent me that. But I remember him, like I said, from both the Bulls and the Cavaliers. And he's just having a hard time. These guys are trying to keep it together. And maybe it's harder and harder to do. And this is what's going to happen down the road of Poundcake. You mark my words. They're going to pull him over in a car, even though he's doing the speed limit. So on the outside, doesn't seem like anything would be wrong.
Return of his high school days?
Something.
Homo thug?
And God.
That's his words.
I know. He called himself a homo thug.
The homo was silent, so you guys are saying it wrong.
All right.
I was just a thug, but I was a
homo. All right, sorry. Thug?
Yeah, see?
Well, you said both of them equally loud. I don't know, yesterday. I know you were trying to establish the term, but...
Forgive me. I'm trying to learn about your culture. I don't know it all yet.
It's DL for a reason. It's not like, hey, I'm DL. It's like... And then people know.
So you weren't, because I'll tell you what, I was thinking about this morning, not necessarily that, but kind of circles
you were
back.
Thinking about me this morning?
No. I talked about this before, about the NFL Taylor Swift mishigas that's going on with all these right-wingers thinking it's some big conspiracy.
Mm-hmm.
And this guy going, well, liberals have celebrities, but we do too. And we have John Voight, we have Kid Rock, and we have what, right? None of them even remotely, even very popular celebrities aren't even remotely in Taylor Swift's orbit. And Scott Baio is one of those Hollywood right-wingers too. And I mentioned earlier that the one time I met Scott Baio, he couldn't have been nicer. But people assume that performers and artists are all open-minded or liberal. And it's not the case, right? Mm-hmm. Just because you're a performer or just because you're an artist doesn't mean that you think the same way as other people who might be around. I remember a guy I knew who was in theater in college, and he was dynamite. But he stopped doing it because he said the theater department had too many fags. That's what he said. I got to tell you, that had to have been, we're talking 30 years ago, that had to have been like the first, because by that time I'd been doing stand-up for maybe like a year and a half, and that was really, I knew I wasn't going to be in like the theater program. I knew I didn't want to act and do theater and things like that. But that was really my first, that was the first revelation to me that, just because somebody's a performer or an artist, they don't necessarily think, they can still have the mind of a 70-year-old guy or somebody's grandpa or uncle or whatever. And it was just so jarring to me. I was like, but you are very good at what you're doing. But for him, it was a bridge too far. It was too much. And I don't know what he went on to do, but it's just very, very strange. So when you were saying the quiet part quietly, you didn't have peers around you that were more welcoming because they were performers or because anything like that?
No, that was not my upbringing, because everything.
Even in Oberlin, they didn't have extracurricular stuff going on?
They did, but because it was very obvious, even when, obviously, I wasn't the most masculine guy even when I was a kid. I had a bird chest, I walked funny, and my voice was high-pitched. People assumed that I was gay. So I did everything in my power to sway away from that narrative as possible. Like Oberlin High School, it was a very liberal. I didn't really face racism because everyone looked like me. And as far as the gay thing, it was very small, so there weren't that many out gay people. Not that they wouldn't be accepted. It just wasn't that many people in the school. There was plenty of lesbians. There was like, I don't remember exactly, but I think one of the lesbian couples in our school was on like homecoming court.
Because the girls felt more comfortable being out than the guys.
It was always easier for girls to come out than guys.
Right.
It just was. And then the ones that were gay.
Not in Greece.
Yeah, well, this isn't Greece.
You didn't go to school in Greece, Poundcake?
No.
You went to Athens
Back in
High
the
School?
day.
Yeah.
Greece a long time ago.
But like the drama department, there was a bunch of straight people that did drama in Oberlin. It was not just like a gay thing. You were cool if you did drama club. Like everyone wanted to be like an actor. It wasn't like you weren't automatically wearing tights and like doing, dance around in a tutu. We didn't have a dance team. We didn't have male cheerleaders. We didn't have any of that. Our school was really small.
That's what I mean. There are gay and straight people in performance. But if you want to do that, it's not going to work out for you if you have the mindset that, well, I don't want to be around gay people,
Had it been a bigger school, like Oberlin's, the entire high school probably was like 350 kids.
So that's a small school.
That's 4 grades. So that's 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th. So there were kids. I found out someone in my grade, someone that I was in my grade, came out as gay after we graduated. And there were like kids that they thought were gay, and that no one, it was like, don't ask, don't tell. But because the school was too small for me, and I knew that I was in a bad place going there, I was getting bullied, and just people acted as if I was gay before I even said anything. I went to JVS, and I went to JVS all 4 years because they had a special program. It was like career readiness, career exploration for your sophomore year, and then you get to pick, your vocation your junior and senior year. So I went all 4 years to get away.
Were you in the carpentry?
Yes, Bill.
Just trying to do it right.
What?
Homo carpentry.
Oh, God. Oh, it was so quiet.
I nailed it.
Yeah, good pun.
Wood. I was like,
hey, hate the show. Listening to Poundcake's sports break, talking about hood twins and the daddies being trifling. So then I have to ask the question, is it possible to become a trifling hood twin? I don't know these things. Poundcake, give me some knowledge.
I would stand a reason that you could, yeah?
Yeah, if you grow up to be a trifling daddy and you happen to be a hood twin, then yeah, you're a trifling hood twin.
Explain trifling more.
Trifling?
Yeah.
Trifling?
What is trifling?
No good.
That bitch should be trifling.
No good. Can't depend on nothing.
Like frivolous.
Yeah.
Oh, so kind of like deadbeat.
You don't have to be deadbeat.
You don't have to be deadbeat, but yeah.
You can't rely, like, you're... Can't get right.
Non-trustworthy.
Yes. Like a
real
female,
scoundrel.
A wench, like ratchet, like it's the male version of ratchet.
Gotcha.
You're just trifling. You just look at someone like, you're not just despicable. You're trifling. Like, there's no other word for
it's
it.
below despicable.
Yeah, no,
Oh,
you're...
my.
How
Here comes the reboot. Trifling me.
They're getting ready to drop a new sequel.
Yeah.
Tyler Perry, House of Trifling.
Wow. House of Trifling.
Are you gay? No, I'm a man. I'm a down low man. See? That's how you do it.
Alan, I'm going to use the term hood twin more often. That is pure magic.
Didn't make it up.
I know. There you go.
Nope, not me. It's in the community.
Alan, Oberlin is the lesbian capital of the world. That is not. That would be probably Springfield, Massachusetts.
Oberlin College is the lesbian.
Oh, I thought you meant the town.
It's notorious for lesbians. And that's what people misconstrue.
Go ahead, try it.
I have a lot of spit. Hold on. Misconstrue.
He's like, hold on, I have too much spit.
When it comes
properly,
to Oberlin,
yeah, well, you did it.
This spit be trifling.
Confiscate it.
people think the residence and the college are the same thing, and it's so not. Like the kids there, it's a town like anywhere else. It's kind of like redneck in some places.
Yeah, I understand. You're kind of in the middle of nowhere.
So it just happened. We get that, label because of the college there, but the college in the towns is very different. Like everyone thinks that our high school is supposed to be the state of the art, top of the line. Like the Glee High School, that was not our school.
Well, that's kind of true, but that's kind of true of any college town. The townies are completely different than the kids who go to school there.
Right.
We bully people because that's how we get the free school supplies.
Bullying people for school supplies?
Well, no, because it's like they want to keep the small town charm, I assume. And so they didn't want like big corporations coming into Oberlin and getting rid of small town charm.
Oh, I
so
see. Yeah.
You'll notice
Mom
like
and pop.
All the even JVS is like on the outskirts of Oberlin. JVS, Walmart, all that is there before you get to the city limits because they want to keep the small town charm. It took them forever to get like a McDonald's.
It's trifling.
Man, I miss like Mizzlers. That was like our grocery store before Walmart came in and just like took all the jobs. It was Mizzlers, Ben Franklin, Gibson's, all those places.
Oh, God, Ben Franklin.
Ben Franklin's, yeah. Man. Apollo, you could get a movie there. I would go see a movie there for like $3.50 back in the day. It was like cheap.
It's when they called them dime stores. We're going up to the dime store to get some candy. You're like, that dime candy is $2. Yeah, but it's the only place I can get strawberry Laffy Taffy.
Girl, shake that Laffy
The original Laffy Taffy, not that crap they crank out now.
Trifling.
Pretend trifling Laffy Taffy. Nothing worse than trifling taffy.
Trifling taffy at the grog shop.
Yeah. Opening for Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, listening to you guys talk about Vince McMahon and his poop issues. Is that his finishing move? Gene from Parma.
He's cracking himself up.
Yeah.
Oh, Gene.
Is that his finishing
Is that his finishing move?
I ended up watching a little bit of the Royal Rumble on Saturday.
Okay, so explain, because I asked Gwen, because she and her brother watched a little bit of wrestling when they were kids.
Mm-hmm.
I was not allowed to watch wrestling, so I didn't really grow up with it. I said to her, Royal Rumble is just everybody in the ring?
Yeah. Okay,
like, what's the point? It's scripted.
Alan, shut up.
Well, no, I mean,
that's it's 30. It's a 30-person match,
right?
And every, I think, like 2 or 3 minutes, someone new comes into the ring, and you have to try and survive as long as you can. And so,
what do they mean, sir? So they're just punching, running around, knocking each other
trying
over?
to knock each other. Yeah. So they're doing different wrestling moves.
Are they pairing up, or is just like a giant orgy of?
Some of them have alliances or tag team partners, so they'll team up with each other. But it's just a big long fight, a big long rumble, if you will, until there's one man left standing.
And that was Roman Reigns.
No. Again, idiot. The winner of the Royal Rumble was Cody Rhodes. It's only the second time that a guy went back-to-back winning the Royal Rumble. The first one was Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Oh, I thought Roman Reigns won.
No, Roman Reigns won his four-way match. He was in a four-way match with British Knight.
Ooh, they're doing four-ways.
No, L.A. Knight. I'm sorry, L.A. Knight. Who else was in that one? Randy Orton and one other guy. I only caught a little bit of that match.
Okay.
But, yeah. It was. I saw the end. I saw that.
So
what's his face? Roman Reigns retained the Universal Championship.
So they get thrown out of the ring and they're out.
If you get thrown out of the, you have to go over the top rope and your feet have to hit the ground and then you're out.
Otherwise, if you kind of like flop out, you can get back in.
Well, as long as your feet don't hit the ground, you can like grab onto the rope or grab onto the apron and pull yourself back into the ring. Yeah.
But it is predetermined. So how long do you pretend that you're wrestling with people before?
Well, they each have a time when they're going to go out. So you know your script, but that's like any wrestling match.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like I didn't understand the logistics of, because obviously
they knew that Cody Rhodes was going to win it.
Yeah,
but they got to make it look like he might get eliminated a few times, and you got to keep it interesting.
Right, but I'm saying with 30 people, you can't have 5 people going out at once. So they each have to know when it's their time to.
Yeah, so you go, okay, I'm going in at this time. I'm going to be in for like this many minutes, and then so-and-so is going to throw me out.
Because, like, I knew what Royal Rumble was, but I was like, logistically, I don't understand it.
Yeah.
You know?
And then the winner of the Royal Rumble gets a championship match at WrestleMania, the main event.
Wow.
Which I believe this year, where is it?
Wait, so Roman Reigns didn't win Royal Rumble, but he's the champion of the world?
He's the Universal champ.
He's the champion of the universe.
Yeah.
Oh.
But they're calling him the part-time champ.
So for a guy who's the champion of the universe, Royal Rumble is just trifling.
Well, but that's the thing, is the winner of the Randy Rhodes, or not
Randy Orton.
Randy Orton. No. Cody Rhodes. Cody Rhodes.
Ozzy Osbourne's long-dead guitarist is the winner
Cody
of
Rhodes,
Royal Rumble.
He gets to choose if he wants to fight Seth Rollins or Roman Reigns, because Seth Rollins is the heavyweight champ, and then because
was my boy CM Punk in there?
Yeah, he was. He did pretty good in the Royal Rumble. I think he was the last person to get eliminated. He got eliminated. He was the one that Cody Rhodes eliminated to win the Royal Rumble.
Was our boy The Miz in there?
He was.
Okay.
I saw The Miz in there.
That's exciting.
There's this dude named Drew McIntyre. Boringest name. Gigantic man.
Yeah.
He's like 6'8" and he's like the mountain. He's huge.
Was Drew P-Balls in there?
No, Drew P-Balls wasn't in there, and neither was Ollie Tabooger.
Ollie Tabooger lost the Royal Rumble, and now as punishment, he's got to work our video department. Thank you, Ollie. Okay, I got a break. You want to get the last word in, send me a text, 35192. 6:30, your pregame for the Cavs will get going. 7 o'clock, they tip off at the Romo Fijo against the Pistons on MMS.
This is the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Every September, the biggest superstars from all genres of music converge on Las Vegas to play a festival that is like no other on the planet.
The iHeartRadio Music Festival.
16 artists over 2 epic nights on one stage.
This is where I can't believe it actually happens.
And these artists have all been part of it.
Taylor Swift,
Kenny Chesney,
Billie Eilish,
Jay-Z,
Jennifer Lopez,
Coldplay,
Carrie Underwood,
the Foo Fighters,
Megan Thee Stallion,
Luke Combs, Elton John,
Green Day,
Justin Timberlake,
Rihanna,
U2, Tim McGraw,
Mariah Carey,
Paul McCartney,
Drake.
They've all been there.
Now, make this the year you go to.
Capital One cardholders get first access to tickets. Available right now through 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific tomorrow, or while supplies last.
Go to iHeartRadio.com/festival to buy yours before this year's lineup is announced.
And we'll see you in Las Vegas for our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival.